it is you had me jacked in before. A very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you to the cycling velodrome here in the cycling center at Balmain, where the Easter Grand Prix has landed for the third and final day of proceedings. And of course, this is the day that most of these athletes would have been looking forward to. This is where the sprinters get to enjoy things, but we do have some other races to take care of. Some of them could be
all rules are adhered
especially
to.
when you're dealing with the Omnium event. We had 2 events this morning, so we have another 2 events later on today. And this is the UCI Sprint semi-final for junior men and junior women here as well. So this is what we're looking forward to getting. We're looking at them on the line at the moment. Hopefully they'll be able to really enjoy. Now this is a big change from what they were riding on in the last couple of days, and so hopefully they'll be able to adjust. Thankfully they got an opportunity to
so this
ride
is the
this
elimination
morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know it as the devil take the hindmost, but it's every other lap we will have an elimination. Bell will be rang.
So this is where
every
they are
other lap,
getting themselves sorted out. The riders, they're going to just roll around once again as they try now to come back for the actual start
so we're
of
down
the race.
to 5 riders in this elimination.
So this is an elimination event. 5 riders facing the start,
it's a rolling start
facing the
as we come around.
starters. So here is Ronald Dickey to take us through this elimination.
The women's 3rd race in the Omnium. Ramirez going to the front on the inside. Glaxiola, the leader of the Omnium so far this time around, as the bell. Front, all alone. Casparato being eliminated, number 410. Elimination this time around. Rodriguez looking very strong. Glaxiola on the wheel. They are closing the gap. .449. Glaxiola 449. Four, 4, 6. 4, 6. Rodriguez eliminado. Rodriguez, Brazil, Rodriguez. Ramirez taking the victory for Trinidad and Tobago. Glaxiola will finish in 2nd and Rodriguez in 3rd.
So there you just have the first race of today's
Let's hear it,
program.
ladies and gentlemen, for Alex.
So again, Alexi Ramirez taking the points there. This, of course, is all part of the Omnium events for this evening. And we see more and more spectators coming to witness proceedings here at the cycling velodrome. Some of them probably coming in for the very first time, others accustomed to this facility, and they're enjoying themselves. As you can see, the technical folks up there, that's kind of like the brain thrust for managing this event, the UCI sanctioned Class 1 event. So again, so 4 events.
Overall winner.
So again, the Omnium is an interesting event. Imagine you're doing 4 events in one day. So we also have a semi-final made for some of these elite men. So again, it's another elimination event here for the men, and this one is also expected to feature some outstanding riders for Trinidad and Tobago. We have Adam Alexander now cruising forward, coming up there to the front. He's been riding very well, leading the national team. It's a young national team. Adam, of course, is very much the senior citizen here, but he's showing tremendous form, and but more importantly, showing great leadership in really shepherding the younger riders, getting them into position, and also making sure that they are well equipped to handle anything that is thrown their way by way of the actual racing. So it's something that we will look forward to seeing. As Trinidad and Tobago, again, they've had some good results, and I'm sure they'll be looking for more of the same today.
For the elimination, the elite men elimination, the 3rd event in this Omnium. Valuable points up for grabs. Akil Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago currently on top of the leaderboard. And that's the whistle and the official start of this event. Going to the front, that is number 426, Jerome Forrest of Jamaica. That's the bell, so there will be an elimination next time around. Team Trinidad and Tobago staying out of trouble. Who will it be? One set. Enrique de Camamond, you have been eliminated. Thank you very much.
I'm good.
That's the bell. Elimination once again, this time around. Number 426, Jerome Forrest, thank you very much. You have been eliminated.
But you may have to plan with it, as I say, once you let them go into whoever's the last
Elimination this time around. As the cyclists jostle for position as they come around, Jamaica not being able to find any room. Let's see. (425), Andrew Ramsey, you have been eliminated. Thank you very much. Team Trinidad and Tobago having a number of their cyclists still in the mix. But of course, the Omnium, it's an individual event. Currently leading on the track, that is number 406, Edwin Sutherland. Mm-hmm. 142, Justin Williams, you have been eliminated. Justin Williams, you have been eliminated. That's the bell. That's the bell. Who will it be this time around? Liam Trepte getting out of some difficult positions. Is he all the way out? We'll wait and see. 453, Maurice Burnett, you have been eliminated. The cyclist racing with Team Stoley out of Barbados. That's the bell, that's the bell. In the mix, we still have Jamal Eastman, Akil Campbell, Tarek Woods, Gonzalo of Edwin Sutherland is still in there as well. Let's see how will it go this time around. 435, Adam Alexander, you have been eliminated.
Riders for the junior men semi-finals. Riders for the junior men semi-finals, kindly make your way to bike check and to the holding area.
That's the bell coming around once again for yet another elimination. Number 436, Tarek Woods, you have been eliminated. Thank you very much. In this bunch, we still have Gonzalo of Peru leading from Edwin Sutherland, from Jamal Eastman, Akil Campbell, and Liam Trepte. They are in this race and pushing hard. They're all trying to get out of the danger zone. 432, Liam Trepte, you have been eliminated. Thank you very much. And it was the final four. This time around, Gonzalo looking to be in a bit of problems, but we will see. 409, Gonzalo, thank you very much. We have Edwin Sutherland of Team Stoley, Barbados, Jamal Eastman of Team Stoley, Barbados, and Akil Campbell of Team Trinidad. Go. And there goes Akil Campbell. Edwin Sutherland responds. Elimination this time around. 406, Edwin Sutherland, thank you very much. These two cyclists will be coming for the bell, ladies and gentlemen. It is Akil Campbell and Jamal Eastman. Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados. As they get into it, they go down the back straight. It is Akil Campbell up and at him. Jamal Eastman will have to do a lot to come over, but I don't think so. It's Akil Campbell. Jamal Eastman being eliminated that time around, and Akil Campbell will take maximum points in that Omnium event.
So a fine win there for Akil Campbell. More points for the TNT rider. In fact, he continues to be that beacon for Trinidad and Tobago. It's a young team, but Campbell is in the pink of form, as they say, and he is certainly so he now has 118 points. Jamal Eastman, who's on 110. And Sutherland, also of Barbados, and Team Stoley on 106 points in third place. So that's the situation there. A great ride, a wonderful elimination there, and so the Easter Grand Prix, the third and final day, is on. Welcome once again to 360 TV's coverage, live from the cycling center here in Balmain, Vancouver. And of course, we're blazing the track, and what a wonderful facility this is. Every time I come here, I'm just blown away by it, and it certainly is something that all of Trinidad and Tobago should be very, very proud of, and no doubt should really cherish as well, to the point where the UCI has given this facility a UCI satellite accreditation, so it means Trinidad and Tobago could host regional events for riders up and down the Americas and from wherever. Once there's an event here, then they'll be able to come here and get their points and get their training in.
In heat number 1, Raul Garcia versus Sindel Samaru. Mr. DJ, take me down low, please. Thank you very much. You can have it just in the background, just a snitch. Just a bit. So Raul Garcia leads from Sindel Samaru. These two have been going at it all weekend long. Raul Garcia holding Samaru high up on the exit of the back straight. Using tactics in this match sprint event, it's not only about speed, but strategy. Garcia leads from Samaru. Samaru dips underneath, and they are playing the cat and mouse game on the track, and that's the bell. That's the bell. It's Sindel Samaru leading from Raul Garcia. Garcia will have to come over the top if he would like to take this one. Best 2 out of 3. It is Sindel Samaru will take ride number 1.
So there you have it, a fine victory there for Sindel Samaru. Really getting his gear right and firm and ready to pounce. And once the bell came and the rush started, he was able to really accelerate and put his nose in front. It was always going to be difficult for Garcia to come over the top, and Samaru taking the first ride. So the best of 3. So they'll come back for a second ride a little bit later on. We have another semi-final upcoming. Trinidad and Tobago again with 2 riders in the frame. So another great opportunity to showcase the young talent of Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, these youngsters are also preparing. These youngsters are also preparing for the Junior Commonwealth Games to be held right here in Trinidad and Tobago in August. and it should make for an interesting event, but it also represents a great opportunity for these youngsters to showcase their talents today, and so that the Trinidad and Tobago public could start getting familiar with them, because these are the names that they will be seeing representing us in the future.
Tobago on the outside, Jarrell Mohammed of Trinidad and Tobago. It is
elite women to the bike check for sprint semi-final. Elite women, Dahlia Palmer, Wallace, Dalja and Sandy to bike check and to the holding bay.
It is James leading Mohammed, Darnell James and Jarrell Mohammed, both of Trinidad and Tobago. These junior cyclists are, of course, preparing themselves for the up-and-coming Youth Commonwealth Games to be held right here in Trinidad and Tobago in August 2023. It is James from Mohammed. Darnell James keeping a very close eye on Jarrell Mohammed. These two youngsters have a turn of speed, so it will come down to strategy, and Jarrell Mohammed goes very early on. Darnell James seems to have had an issue, but it is Jarrell Mohammed. Jarrell Mohammed, ladies and gentlemen, taking that first ride.
But you could just see that something was wrong just as he was about to get it into gear, and the bike just wasn't going anywhere, and he will have to try again next time around. So Mohammed takes the first of that series, that semi-final series, and the next ride will be crucial, because he cannot afford to lose that, else there's no way back from there. But just as he started to try to get it into gear, something just didn't seem right, and he just couldn't get the bike to move and to respond. So he basically shut it down after that. So that is the situation there with those two semi-final rides, the junior men, the sprint event, and it's Trinidad and Tobago over the years has had some amazing sprinters. Over the years, we've had Trinidad and Tobago, in fact, is noted for its sprinters, even to today, where we had two sprinters at the Olympic Games, Quincy Brown in the Karen event, and of course Nicholas Paul, who also factored in the Karen as well as in the sprint event, what is more commonly known as the mat sprint. But certainly those two have accredited themselves very well. And now we're looking at the next wave of sprinters.
Semi-finals at the Easter Grand Prix UCI Cat 1 event.
So this is the women's sprint semi-final. Dahlia Palmer.
Palmer was the quickest in qualifying. Wallace was about in fourth. Palmer riding for DPS. Wallace riding for JLD. It is Jamaica from Trinidad and Tobago. DPS from JLD. Palmer from Wallace. And that's the way they go around, seeing 2 laps to go. This is 2 best out of 3. So riders have to pay attention. Wallace, for a youngster, looks very experienced indeed, but she's been coached by an experienced person. As they get the bell, Palm on the inside, Wallace on the outside. Wallace getting the lead as they go into the 200-meter mark, and it's still Wallace from Palmer. Wallace from Palmer. Palmer trying to rush over the top, but it's still Wallace from Palmer. Wallace from Palmer. As they come down the home straightaway, it's going to be Palmer of DPS taking the victory in the first best out of 3. A very good ride by the youngster Wallace.
So there again, a fine ride from Delia Palmer. She is really the class act here, and it's going to be difficult to deny her. She qualified fastest this morning, and of course she's showing her capabilities here. Her form is right up again, and she's going to take some beating. This young Jamaican basically lives here in Trinidad and Tobago, and she does most of her training right here, and so she's very comfortable at the cycling velodrome here. So it's going to be another keen battle in the women's sprint, with Trinidad and Tobago being featured. So again, we welcome you once again to the Cycling Velodrome, the National Cycling Center here in Balmain, Vancouver. Of course, we have the Aquatic Center just across the way from us. We have the home of football on the other side of us. We have the Addo Bolden Stadium not too far from us.
Once again, this is 2 best out of 3. Will lead them all. Sandy will follow.
So again, we're looking at the what.
Leading Sandy. Suriname leading Trinidad and Tobago as they see 2 laps to go. Will Dalja be able to or will PB Sandy be able to bring the red, white, and black into the front? It is Suriname leading Trinidad. Suriname leading Trinidad with 1 lap to go. Dalja making a very good move. She is driving as she goes down the back straightaway. PB Sandy right there with them. It is Dalja from Sandy. Dalja from Sandy. Dalja from Sandy. And that's how it's going to finish. Dalja of Suriname will take the finish ride. Sandy will have to try again to get up there.
Against Polito, Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, and if you would like to view the schedule, the start list and the results live, you can do so on your smart device by going to tracktiming.live, where you will get all the information just as quickly as I do, courtesy the guys at racetiming.ca.
But you see when they so we're just waiting for another ride-off. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, as I said, we have such a history, such a rich history in the sprints. And of course, the latest sensation is actually a world record holder in Nicholas Paul. So that too just tells you that with this new crop of sprinters coming around, it makes for very interesting battles.
Zion Polito leading Flavio Cipriano in ride number 1 of the elite men semi-finals for the sprint. Try and get the better. And likewise, Cipriano keeping a close eye on Polito. The focus of these cyclists in the event is immense. Cipriano using every inch of the track, playing the cat and mouse game with Zion Polito. Cipriano now leads Polito into the bell. It is Cipriano from Polito, Brazil from Trinidad and Tobago. Flavio Cipriano grinds it down the back straight. Zion Polito is catching. Will he have enough room to do so? I don't think so, but it's Cipriano of Brazil taking ride number 1.
So a nice finish there, the elite men, and in the big race there, and certainly Cipriano from Brazil showing that he's primed and ready for action. So Zion Polito will have to come back real fast in ride number 2 in order to overcome the Brazilian. So it's always a cat and mouse scenario to see if who can do what when it comes to the actual riding and which race. How do you gauge your speed against your opponent? It's not the easiest thing to do sometimes. And remember, these riders were racing on the 333 track, so this is a much different scenario here on a 250 track where they have to make the adjustments, and then the bank in itself is a tough one, so it's not the easiest of situation.
Leads from Devante Press. The youngster Lawrence having a magnificent opportunity to race against the likes of the Silva.
Junior men, by check and holding area. To the bike check area and holding B.
João de Silva still leads from Lawrence, but Lawrence changes that and goes down the back straight, winding up that gear as they will be coming around the bell. It is Devontae Lawrence from João Silva. Lawrence from De Silva. De Silva using every inch of the banking, and he grinds it down the back straight when he passes Devontae Lawrence. De Silva is coming to the line to take that first ride.
So that's a real comfortable win there for De Silva. Devontae Lawrence not able to keep up with the speedy Brazilian and conceding ride number 1. And remember, Devontae Lawrence represented Trinidad and Tobago at the Junior Worlds not too long ago. So still a very young and emerging rider, riding in his club colors, Arima Wheelers. Of course, he's the son of Kwame Lawrence, a noted reporter under the Express newspaper here in Trinidad and Tobago. So the riders will be back. It's Garcia and Samaru getting ready to renew their battle. Remember, Samaru took ride number 1, and now it's going to be interesting to see if Raul Garcia can keep the series alive and to secure a place in the final against the winner of the Mohammed James semi-final. So that is going to be the next order of business here, as ride number 2 is taking place between Raul Garcia and Sindel Samaru.
Riders are bidding for spots for August for the Youth Commonwealth Games being held right here in Trinidad and Tobago, and the cycling event will be held right here in Vancouver at the National Cycling Center. Samaru leading them as they go around. Garcia, who was quickest in the qualifying, paying close attention. Riders coming to see 2 laps to go. Samaru still leading Garcia. Samaru leading Garcia as they head down the back straightaway. Samaru leading Garcia as they come for the bell. Garcia giving him some room, but it is Samaru from Garcia. Samaru from Garcia. Samaru is looking good. Garcia needs to close the gap. Samaru from Garcia. Samaru from Garcia. Samaru!
So Samaru making it 2 in 2 to win it 2 straight. So he would advance to the final and await the winner of the other semi-final series between Mohammed and James. Another all Trinidad and Tobago clash. So congratulations there to Sindel Samaru. He makes it through. And he has booked his place in the finals, the junior mat sprint final coming up later on this evening. Remember, again, we're live here on 360 TV. This is the 3rd and final day of the Easter International Grand Prix Blazing the Track, put on by the Trinidad and Tobago Cycling Federation. And we've had two amazing nights at the spanking new outdoor facility at Skinner Park in San Fernando. And today we are indoors for the third and final day. This, of course, is a Class 1 facility, so this is a Class 1 event. And the other, because it was a 333 track and not the standard 250 track, that was categorized as a Class 2 event. The first and second days, Friday and Saturday, but now it's a Class 1 event on Sunday.
Mohammed on the inside, James on the outside. Both riders from Trinidad and Tobago, again, they are vying for spots for the Youth Commonwealth Games to be held right here in August. Mohammed leading James as they go around. TNT from TNT, red, white, and black from red, white, and black. Number 443 against number 441. It is Mohammed from James as they go around. They'll be coming back for the bell as they head down the back straightaway. Mohammed going wide. James will have done a bit, and he will rush over the top just a bit to keep the speed up. Mohammed on the inside, James on the outside. Mohammed on the inside, and he starts to wind it up. Mohammed from James. Mohammed from James. They've gotten the bell already. This is the final back straight. It is Mohammed from James. Mohammed from James. And it's going to be Mohammed will take the victory for 443 from Trinidad and Tobago. He will go into unofficially going.
So that is again Darrell Mohammed making it 2-2. So he too will advance to the final to face his national teammate in Sadel Samaru, who also needed just 2 rides to get through to the final. So it will be an interesting battle between those two. And of course it will be a Trinidad and Tobago clash no matter what in terms of the first and second place finishers. So now we get back to the track again, where we have a small matter here to settle, and this too is going to be another daunting task here for Wallace, because Delia Palmer is already up a ride, and we'll be looking to close this out in the quickest fashion, so she too can book her place in the final. So this is the elite woman in their semi-final encounter, Delia Palmer.
Wallace needs to win this one to force a third and deciding ride, or if Delia Palmer takes this second ride, she goes straight into the finals. Wallace leads from Palmer. JLD from Team DPS. Delia Palmer ducks down below Wallace and takes the lead. Coming to see 2 laps to go. Makaira Wallace rides high. Delia Palmer goes up with her as they go down the back straight. and they will be coming for the bell. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to make some noise and support the cyclists you want to see as they take the bell. Dahlia Palmer on the inside. Makaira Wallace will have to come around the outside if she'd like to take this one, but Dahlia Palmer is accelerating into turn 4. Makaira Wallace does not seem to have the legs to come over, so Dahlia Palmer will take that one unofficially. Of course, 2 straight rides for the cyclists out of Team DPS. And with that, entrance into the gold medal final for the elite women sprint later on this evening.
And of course, that also means that she, with her booking her place in the final, she will go into that final as the favorite. And of course, she's up against the winner of the other ride between Dalton and Sandy. And already Dalton has already secured a victory, so now it's going to be up to Sandy to see if she can do something out of the ordinary and try to pull off a shock result here. It won't be out of the realm of possibilities, but it's going to take some doing in order for her to really get the better of her opponent here in this one. So again, the riders are at the line, getting ready to do battle here.
And that's the start. That's the start of the second ride in heat number 2 in the elite men's sprint semifinals. Phoebe Sandy versus Tashana Dalga. Sandy of Trinidad and Tobago against Dalga of Suriname. Tashana Dalga won the first ride, and if she takes this one, will move straight into the finals. Phoebe Sandy will have to win this one to have a chance to qualify by forcing a third and deciding ride. Sandy leads Dalga. It's Sandy from Dalga as they go down the back straight. Dalga rides high and dips down low, and it is Phoebe Sandy who will take the bell. Phoebe Sandy leads from Tashana Dalga. Phoebe Sandy leads from Tashana Dalga. Tashana will have to come over the top of Phoebe Sandy if she would like to take this one. Will Phoebe Sandy be able to hold her off? Let's wait and see. Ooh, Tashana Dalga unofficially takes that second ride and books her spot in the gold medal final, where she will meet Dahlia Palmer of Team DPS. Ladies and gentlemen, hear it for our elite woman, Phoebe Sandy and Tashana Dalga.
So there you have it, the ride, a wonderful ride here coming. Look at how Tashana Dalga coming over the top, and she didn't go too high. She almost brushed Sandy on the way past her, and using up as little energy as is possible, not wasting any effort, and cruising over really, and making it through to the final. So we have, it's going to be Jamaica against Suriname in the women's final. In the junior final, it's Samaru against Mohammed, an all TNT affair. And now we're getting ready for the men's, the elite men's semi-final ride number 2. Pulido needs a win badly against Cipriano, and but now is as good a time as any to get that win. But he's gonna have to really dig deep. So Fabio Cipriano of Brazil will be up against TNT's Zion Pulido, hoping to go through on 2 straight. Pulido would like to upset that though, and try and see if he can't force a 3rd and deciding ride, but he has to win this one in order to do so.
That's the start of the second ride-off between these 2 riders. This is the Easter Grand Prix Class 1 event 2023. Brazil from Trinidad and Tobago. Cipriano from Pulido.
Rise them up on the stage, hang them up on the stage, rise them up on the stage, hang them up on the stage, rise them up on the stage.
As the clock will stop, if they do stop, riders are not allowed anymore to track stand for more than 30 seconds. Pulido of Trinidad Tobago in front. Cipriano of Brazil is looking for a rabbit. Pulido is not a rabbit, I can tell you that. He's one of the fastest starters for Trinidad and Tobago in the team sprint event. As the riders again come to a very slow roll with 2 laps to go.
Rise them up on the stage, hang them up on the stage, rise them up on the stage, hang them up on the stage, rise them up on the stage.
Pulido watching Cipriano and dancing the match spread dance. Dancing the dance.
Everybody clap them, everybody clap them.
Pulido on the inside, Cipriano on the outside. Pulido on the inside, Cipriano is just too strong.
So that's 2 straight there for the tough Brazilian, Cipriano. Things got really rough for a moment there, but both men held their form, held their positions quite nicely, and in the end, the experienced Cipriano was able to come around nicely. Once he got level with him, that was basically it. And it was always going to be tough for Pulido to stay with Cipriano. Cipriano, you could see, he's built for speed. He's a powerful man. And he just cruised past that one and picked up another win there. So De Silva already with a win over Devontae Lawrence.
De Silva would have taken the first ride in this semi-final.
So now it's up to Devontae to see if he can't pull something out of the hat here. So João De Silva up against Devontae Lawrence of Arima Wheelers Cycle Club.
Devontae Lawrence on the inside, João De Silva on the outside. The youngster out of Arima Wheelers needs to win this to force a 3rd and deciding ride against De Silva of Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that we do have a number of door prizes to give away throughout this afternoon's session. If you look on the infield, we have a table littered with hampers from our proud sponsors. So hold on to your ticket stubs because we will be doing those giveaways in a short while.
Communication, attention. Rider 4.
So we're just looking at the last bit of instructions being handed out to the two riders. It's 1-0 in favor of the Silver of Brazil. He's on the top, closer to the railing in the white, and of course Devontae Lawrence in his club colors, the green, yellow, and the blue, and he's leading at the start.
Lawrence leads from João de Silva in this second ride of heat number 2. Devontae Lawrence slows down the roll. João de Silva keeping a close eye on Lawrence, playing the game that Lawrence is dishing out. Of course, the cyclists can only as slow as walking pace, and that will be determined by the officials trackside. So the cyclists must maintain at least walking pace. You'll see the track stewards and the commissaires keeping a close eye on the cyclists. Devontae Lawrence is leading João de Silva. João de Silva closes up the gap. Uses every inch of the track and gets the inside on Lawrence, and that's the bell. João de Silva will lead Lawrence into the final lap. Devontae Lawrence will have to work hard to come around João de Silva. João de Silva powers away on the inside and holds his position well. João de Silva taking the second ride unofficially from Devontae Lawrence. Ladies and gentlemen, Devontae Lawrence is a youngster when it comes to this event. So a magnificent effort by him. Let's hear it one more time for João de Silva and Devontae Lawrence, ladies and gentlemen.
So there you have it there, 2 straight for João de Silva out of Brazil. So we have 2 Brazilians in the final. He's going up against his countryman Flavio Cipriano later on this evening in the elite men final. Here it is. Once he got inside of Devontae, it was always going to be difficult. Devontae really doesn't have that kind of speed to really close the gap on de Silva. De Silva still not going at full throttle here, and but he just got into stride, and you can see he already locked off there and not really trying to burn up too much energy, but certainly making it look very, very comfortably indeed. Yes, the Trinidad and Tobago contingent, they're looking very relaxed, and of course they will be getting their races in a short while. Already we had Akil Campbell picking up a win for Trinidad and Tobago in the elimination event, and he has been the standout rider among the international riders. And they're coming into the picture there, of course, is Hassim McLean, a former national rider, and one who has been following these youngsters. He trains with them, and he obviously is always keen to help them wherever possible. And himself, a former national rider, I'm sure he would want to see them do well. And even though he rode against them up to last night, today he is all red, white, and black, supporting Trinidad and Tobago, and that's the way it should be with these riders. They have it's almost like they have their own fraternity, in a sense. Elijah Green on the phone there, the chief mechanic. We saw his son put on a solid performance over the 2 days out at Skinner Park in San Fernando. He lost one race in 4. And you could see the determination on his face after he lost early on Saturday in the first race. He almost as if he had made a promise to himself that was not going to happen again. And he was able to come back. You could just see the determination on his face as he came back to take that second ride later in the afternoon after the intermission, and secured a victory. So he ended with 3 wins from the 4 races for those BMXers. And, it's so amazing. I saw a young man just now, and Pereira, and he was telling me, he reminded me that I'd taken him around to follow an event, a road race that we had in South Trinidad many years ago. And he was reminding me that he was a BMXer at the time, and I picked him up in the car and took him around so he could see what the big boys were doing in the track. So he just reminded me of that there. And, it's just before we started the broadcast here this evening. And, so he remembered that, and I could, it's only because, as he told me, then I remembered. I did pick him up and tell him if he wanted to come and see how the guys ride, because he was being crowded out by the fans. He was so small, he couldn't see anything. So I said, well, look, I'll give you a real vantage point now, and put him in there, and we drove him around so he could see exactly what was happening. So the Omnium is coming up. The points race is next up, and this again is going to be very interesting.
And currently in the lead of the Elite Women Omnium, we have Maria Garciola of Mexico with 118 points. Alexi Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago only 4 points behind on 114. And Welida Rodriguez of Brazil on 110 points. It's a close top 3 round.
So those are the standings, as it were, as you were just hearing there, in terms of the points for the women's Omnium. And 118, 114, and 110. So it's still a close scenario. But it's not going to be easy for any of these riders here today. Like I said, the international riders would much prefer riding indoors, because this is what they're accustomed to riding back at home. It's only in Trinidad and other parts of the Caribbean where they get to experience bunch racing on an outdoor track. So it's new to them, but it's cycling, so they're able to adapt quickly, especially if they get an opportunity to ride in it and kind of get a feel for it over time. It was a similar thing when we had something like, say, Southern Games, where the track was really a grass track, and it was rolled firm and hard. So it felt like it was a concrete track, but it was new because the speed, you couldn't set records like how you could set a record on this track or even on a concrete track, say at Skinner Park, because you couldn't go as fast. Although you feel like you're going as fast and you're trying as hard, the speed wasn't the same because of the conditions that you were riding under. but it certainly made for an interesting scenario. It was totally new for the foreigners, and that's why somebody like a Daniel Morello, who came to Trinidad and fell in love with racing at Skinner Park, and of course he had some heated battles over the years with Roger Gibbon. In fact, they kind of made each other into household names here in Trinidad and outside of the Caribbean as well. So here we go with these young ladies, and this is the points race, and so it's going to be another one of those. We saw a points race last night that also held the interest right through to the end, and it was only decided, well, I almost said by straws, but they were tied at 118, and in the end it was the actual finish in the sprints that separated the two teams. So it's that close with these ladies. Cheyenne Hawaii leading off Trinidad and Tobago, and Alexi Ramirez in the Trinidad and Tobago colors at the back.
Followed by Rodriguez of Brazil, Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago, Black Viola of Mexico, Cheyenne Hawaii of Trinidad and Tobago. All the riders are still very close in points. Riders seeing 7 laps to go, coming to 7 laps to go. Coming to 76. It is a point race, ladies and gentlemen. Every 10 laps, they will sprint for points. Point system goes 5, 3, 2, and 1. During all the 3 events before in this the Omnium event, the riders accumulate points. So we have Black Viola leading with 118 points. In second is Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago with 140. In third is Rodriguez of Brazil with 110. In fourth from Brazil as well is Castorotto with 94 points. And in fifth place with 92 points we have Cheyenne Hawaii.
Calling to the bike check, the elite men for the Omnium points race. Elite men for the Omnium points race to the bike check and holding bay. Thank you.
So every time they score points, when they come around and they sprint, it will be added to their overall point standing. The rider with the most amount of points, ladies and gentlemen, will take the gold medal and top UCI points that goes towards going to the World Championships and hopefully the Olympics in 2024 Paris. The riders have to see 73 laps to go. Now if a rider laps the main peloton, which is the largest bunch of cyclists on the track, they get 20 points added to their point score. So it's a lot of work for the officials to pay attention to see who's in front, who's behind, and the lovely guy with the black hat and blue t-shirt will be pointing at the leaders as they go around. So we, as the commentators or announcers, can say, okay, this is the front of the race. And we will know if it's wrong, if he is wrong. So we'll just pay attention to him, and we'll look to see how it goes. The riders are coming back for 71 and a bell. It's going to be the first sprint. The sprint points go 5, 3, 2, and 1. Transporto of Brazil rushing over the top, but the Mexican will have none of it, and so too the other Brazilian. Ramirez caught out. She's in fourth position. She will be losing points as she tries to come around over the top. It is going to be Blaxiola from Rodriguez and Ramirez unofficially, and Gasparotto in fourth.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, be sure to check out the bike in display at the top of turn 3 and 4. And we'd also like to thank Fruita Juices and Holiday Snacks for proudly sponsoring the East Grand Prix 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, in facing you to your right, my right, your left, you can see the big screens and they will be giving you the point standings. The riders will be looking at the point standings to see where they are and how far they are behind the rider in front of them. So we can see that Blaxiola is on 123, Ramirez is on 116, and then we have Rodriguez on 113. A very close race indeed. We have 8 sprints in this event, and the final sprint, ladies and gentlemen, are double points. It won't be 5, 3, 2, 1. It will be 10, 6, 4, and 2. Ramirez going to the front for Trinidad and Tobago. That's to make up some points in this time around. Gasparotto leading him around, number 410 of Brazil. And then we have Rodriguez, number 46 of Brazil. Blaxiola now comes to the front, followed by Ramirez and Cheyenne Y of Trinidad and Tobago. Coming to see 65 laps to go.
Thousands they coming back home again. They got to touch on the road again. The energy come by the truckload again. It's pure mass ready
coming
for
to
the
see
road.
64 laps to
Finally,
go.
back up with the sunlight. Finally, this freedom there is all mine. We pull up by the mask come for the call time. August is the moment, yeah, finally. Finally, now I can get a chance to link up with my friends and dance.
Remember, they're sprinting every 5 laps, so it always, this is kind of like the rest period for some of them as they try to recover from the last sprint. So it's always interesting to see if somebody would launch an attack or when they're going to time it and try to upset the normal flow. China Y is probably the one that might try something like that because she is really at the back of the pack, so to speak, in terms of points. So she would probably be hoping to try something different and see if she can't just show a spoke in the wheel of the best laid plans of the other riders.
The bell points next time around. Blaxiola looking very, very strong indeed from Mexico as she comes around. Rodriguez right on the wheel and Ramirez. Rodriguez rushing over the top. Rodriguez just might get there. We'll wait for the photo finish on that. Ramirez will finish in third.
Yes, kid, 'cause when we roll, we don't roll alone. So anyway, that we go, you feel it. I'm moving up here with me, family. With me, family. When we come to
Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago going on the back as she goes with her. Rodriguez of Brazil and Blaxiola of Mexico.
mash it up together, mash it up together, wave it up together, wave it up together.
Toronto and Hawaii at the back.
We don't see skin, we don't see color. We see strength, we see power, we don't see race.
So again, Ramirez just taking the top 3 out front, and China White.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is a
At the
UCI
back.
Class 1 event. Valuable points up for grabs, and later on this month, Team DPS will be hosting their Speed Paradise and Carnival of Speed on April 26th, 27th, April 29th, and 30th, right here at the National Cycling Center. UCI Class 2 event. So look out for more details coming soon.
Last time around, Viola going on the move, but Rodriguez will have none of it and will bring it back. Viola getting 3 points in the last sector, last sprint, and China wide getting 1. Standings for now, Viola leads with 126 points in second position. Rodriguez with 118 points. Also tied in second position of Trinidad and Tobago. In fourth position, we have Toronto with 95 points, and China White in fifth from Trinidad and Tobago with 93 points, with 54 laps to go. Ramirez is on the attack, and she's all alone.
So again, there is Shana White just trying to make sure that she keeps going. You never know what should happen. Ramirez, meanwhile, is the one out front, but the others are closing quickly. They're not allowing her to get too far away, but she's the kind of determined rider that she will launch another attack before too long, and just to keep going. So again, Ramirez right there in the mix. So they come in for points again.
To go. Black Viola goes to the front. She's trying to extend her lead, and Ramirez is trying to get back into that second position that was just taken over from her, from Rodriguez. So it's going to be very close indeed when points come around. Black Viola, Ramirez, and Rodriguez. Mexico, Trinidad and Tobago, and Brazil. That's Toronto and Hawaii seem to be a lap down.
So again, another fine sprint there, showing just how capable they are. So some of those riders, of course, would be a lap down at the moment. And once they're lapped, then they'll be down 20 points, while the riders who lap them will be up 20 points. So it's a kind of double jeopardy when you get lapped in this scenario.
To go for the elite women.
So we're about 46 laps to go. As you can see, the riders still looking fresh as ever, and no doubt they are trying to pace themselves as best as they possibly can. China White just rolling around there, not really. If she tries to go to see if she could maybe stretch them, she will find herself in what we call no man's land. She has no support, nobody out there, and it's a one-man show, literally, if she tries something like that, which is very difficult to do. And but she has to try something, I would imagine, because if she just stays rolling around there, it's just going to be a matter of time before she gets gobbled up again. But she's doing the smart thing. She's not trying to waste too much energy by going high up on the bank to stay with the others. She's just rolling around on the inside, using the shortest distance around. So again, these riders are very conscious of the distances that they have to travel. Remember, they're sprinting every 5 laps, so they, in between those sprints, they try to recover as quickly as possible and not use any unnecessary energy. So now these are the back 2. Can they work together to see if they could come back around and recover that lap that they were down? But here they go as they come sprinting around, and so this is a good strategy on their part, but they have to keep going, and that is the danger, because the front 3, once they keep going, it means that that distance is still going to be over them, and they have to try something to keep going. And there is Ramirez. And you can see Ramirez picking up the 2 points there. Latula will pick up 1. So as they continue to just roll around here, it's not the ideal, the most ideal situation for those 2, and that's because the 3 at the back, they've pretty much put themselves out of reach at the moment, unless the 2 at the back could somehow connect, and they will get every opportunity to do so, as the front 3 have just sort of backed off a little bit, so they could actually reconnect and get back their 20 points. So it's not going to affect them to any great extent in terms of the general standings, but at least they won't be in that hole, that 20-point differential. It's almost like you get demoted in football, and you know, so
unlap themselves. Give it up for Gasparato.
So there they connect, so they unlap themselves, so they're back on an even keel now.
Points that they lost. A very good ride indeed, puts them back in the fray of things. China Wild goes to the front with 34 laps to go. Gasparato right on her wheel. Glaxiola of Mexico. Rodriguez, Trinidad and Tobago. Ramirez, Trinidad and Tobago. Rodriguez of Brazil.
And ladies and gentlemen, during the Class 1 Madison event later on, we will be drawing for the door prizes for these lovely hampers provided by our sponsors. So hold on to your ticket stubs. We'll be coming to it a bit later on.
33 laps to go, and Hawaii still leading them around. Gasparato on her wheel, and then we have Glaxiola, Rodriguez, and Ramirez. So it is Trinidad and Tobago, Brazil, Mexico, Brazil, Trinidad and Tobago, as they see 32 laps to go. Starting as we are right now, the Mexican.
So here they are again. Everybody is nicely bunched together, but now this is where they start to separate themselves. These three are so strong that they almost at will as they get bell.
On 101 and China on 96. And that's the bell for points this time around. Glaciola trying to extend her lead, but Rodriguez will have none of it, and she will try to get up there. Ramirez will in third position for Trinidad and Tobago, and it is Glaciola from Rodriguez and Ramirez. Gasparotto in fourth.
So another fine sprint again. Glaciola showing that she's well aware, very good awareness on the track, and she is really in sync right now. She knows when to move, and as a result of that, she's constantly extending her lead on the other two. She obviously knows what she's doing out there on the track. She's not overextending herself too much, and look at it now. She's sitting at the back of the pack, just relaxing there now, allowing the legs to rest a little bit. And I know folks who are watching and think if you're riding for close to 90 laps, where do you find time to rest? But this is the rest period for these riders. So even though their legs are moving, they're not really, it's just the momentum of the bike that is taking them around right now. They're not putting any effort into the riding. It's just almost like momentum and form that is allowing them to keep going. And I mean, if you ever rode a station, you know, those bicycles, you can't help but pedal. The pedal always moves to some degree. That's what it feels like when you get this kind of momentum, especially in a velodrome like this. You're constantly moving, even though you're not putting up too much effort, putting out effort at the moment. China Y again is dropping off at the back, so she has to get a move on to try to reconnect with the lead bunch. So again, it's 4 in the front. China Y tailing off at the back by some distance now. But they're still going. You see the commissaire with his hands out there indicating that that is the race leader. She's no longer down a lap. She basically unlapped herself. And every time they come around, you'll see the commissaire's point to indicate that that is the race leader. So it's they're not guessing what they're doing. So they know exactly what they're doing. Giselle Gasparotto. So here they come. Gasparotto is holding her own quite nicely. Another Brazilian coming to the fore there. And now it's Ramirez who's decided that she's going to take up take the lead, probably try to force the issue some. And because if she just waits there, Glaciola and company know exactly what to do and when to move.
With 21 laps to go, Gasparotto at the front, followed by Glaciola, Rodriguez and Ramirez. Rodriguez of Brazil going to the front. Rodriguez of Brazil, number 46, coming to the front and taking 5 points. Glaciola in second, Ramirez in third, and it looks like a Y in fourth unofficially.
So again, a little change up there just for a bit. Rodriguez this time getting the jump and showing that she does have good sprinter's instincts, and picking up the 5 points there on that occasion. She seemed to catch Glaxiola a little bit by surprise, but Glaxiola again showed that she could close quickly, and but she had to settle for second this time around, with Rodriguez in third place. So again, Alexi Rodriguez, Trinidad and Tobago, China Y, and Alexi Ramirez flying the Trinidad colors here. "16 laps to go when they come around." Gasparotto from Brazil in the dark strip is the one in front at the moment. Cheyenne Y is in second place, Rodriguez in third. Gaxiola, the race leader, is in fourth, and Ramirez from TNT is currently in fifth position, but she's second overall on the in the standings. So they really have to try to get a move on Trinidad and Tobago. I'm sure Ramirez would want to see if she could move up that standings, that board at the moment. So quickly it's down to 13 laps to go, and they really going through these laps rather quickly. So the points race.
Or who will also take the gold medal in the women's omnia.
So today you're looking at it here, 140 points to Mexico's Gaxiola. Maria Gaxiola from Mexico, 140. They will go for another sprint.
Gaxiola trying to get over the top, but Rodriguez of Brazil is holding off as they head down the back straightaway. This is the second to last sprint. This is not double points, but it's Rodriguez fighting Gaxiola. Gaxiola of Mexico will come over the top and get 5 points. Rodriguez with 3. Ramirez will get 2.
So again, another fantastic ride, and look at the strength of Gaxiola. She just shows how determined she is, and there's not. So look at the points awarded there. So she now goes to 145. Of course, Rodriguez from Brazil is now up at the second on 131, and Ramirez up to on 129 is in third, ahead of Gasparotto and Cheyenne Y. So it's still going to be interesting here. That was the penultimate sprint. They still have one more to go, and they went flat out there. I wonder what's going to happen now that they have double points on offer for the final sprint. So hopefully Ramirez could really get herself in the mix here and maybe draw on that. But look, all of a sudden the Mexican has gone, and so she is not wasting any time. she is showing them what her quality is.
In this points race event.
So Glaxiola of Mexico is not leaving anything to chance. Ramirez has decided that she is going to go and try to get up in the mix there as well. And with double points on offer, she knows that she has to do something to try to overtake Rodriguez. And certainly it's going to require something special from her. She decided to cut it off. And just for a moment, she was hoping she could have caught Rodriguez napping there, but it wasn't to be. And again, Gatsuna has lapped China Y, so so the battle for second place is on. It looks like first place is already decided. So we have 3 laps to go. So Ramirez has to be very watchful here. So too is Rodriguez. They are eyeballing each other right now. This is a race within a race at the moment between these two. And they're always trying to avoid being caught again by Glaxiola. She's closing in on both of them. So they come for the bell now. This is the race. This is where second place is going to be determined here now. So there they get the bell. And Ramirez decides to take it long. Does she have the strength to hold off? Rodriguez is coming. Rodriguez is coming. Yes! She just got there. Just on the line.
Rodriguez. It was Glaxiola, ladies and gentlemen, your Omnium champion.
So Ramirez is still trying to come across. They were really down a lap. And so the bell was really for Glaxiola. But they sprinted as if that was their last lap, but it really wasn't. And they had another lap to go. And I think there's a little miscalculation there.
Let's hear it for our elite women in this Omnium event, ladies and gentlemen. Glaxiola of Mexico taking top honors that time around and maximum UCI points in the elite women's Omnium.
It's probably rendering right now, so it should be updated in a minute. So you'll see the final standings. So we got to see the final standings of this particular event. But what a ride again, and you just see the experience of Glaxiola. She knew when to attack. She got the distance, and she just rode away from the other two. She really just left them there and made sure of those double points and put the issue beyond doubt.
So the final point standings for the elite women points race. The elite women Omni. In 5th place, Cheyenne Y of Trinidad and Tobago with 84 points. Gasparotto of Brazil in 4th position with 102 points. Alexi Ramirez of Trinidad and Tobago taking the bronze with 129 points. Lida Rodriguez of Brazil taking spot with 137 points. And it is Maria Glaxiola of Mexico taking top honors with 155 points.
So there you have it, the Omnium standings after the 4 events shows Glaxiola of Mexico in 1st place with 155 points. In 2nd place, Rodriguez of Brazil, 137. Ramirez of TNT 129. Gasparito, also of Brazil, 102 in 4th place, and Cheyenne Y in 5th place with 78 points. So there is actually should be 84 points. And so 155, 137, 133 is what it is. 104 and 78 points. So that's the final standings based on the UCI calculations. So congratulations again to Glaxiola of Mexico. Brazil's Rodriguez 137 as opposed to 155, and 133 for Trinidad and Tobago, and of course Gasparito 104 and 78 to China Y. Now it's up to the men in their Omnium, their points race. So again, the man to look out for here will be Akil Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago. Does he have it in him? So there is the start.
And managers, please be reminded if you have.
So we just saw the start of this race. 100 laps to go.
Please be reminded if you.
I've always said, you know, I wonder what I could do with 100 laps. And it's like, the good thing, as soon as they roll around, it's coming down. So you know, so quickly.
They will sprint for points every 10 laps. The top 4 cyclists crossing the line will receive 5, 3, 2, and 1 in that order. We have on track Gonzalo of Peru, Jamal Eastman of Stoli, Barbados on his wheel. Edwin Sutherland is also there.
Elite women for the Omnium, elite women who have just finished your Omnium, kindly return your timing chips to the timing center. Elite women just finishing your Omnium, mechanics, coaches, and managers, kindly remove the timing.
So again, you're just looking at the men going around, as you just heard there. They'll sprint every 10 laps. And of course, the points are the same, 5, 3, 2, and 1 for every sprint. And then, of course, they'll get double points for the final sprint of the day. Real easy. So there it is, Akil Campbell with 118 points, Jamal Eastman. And of course, Sutherland, also of Barbados. So 118, 110, and 106. Those are the top 3. It'll be interesting to see how close the others are. And so when they sprint, we try to monitor to see where they are. So it's 104, so it's not too far. Gonzalo isn't too far off in 4th place, so Sutherland will have to be wary of that to make sure that he doesn't get caught out. So again, the riders not really doing too much. They're just waiting, trying to get themselves in position for that sprint.
Is with him, Edwin Sutherland, Liam Trepte as well, Maurice Burnett, I believe, is in the mix as well. 92 laps to go. The first sprint will be coming in just a short while. And off the front, that goes Andrew Ramsey of Jamaica. He has been attacking in these types of events all weekend long. Andrew Ramsey takes the bell. Will they catch him, or will he take maximum points in this first sprint? We'll wait and see. Andrew Ramsey looking very good at the front. Gonzalo is chasing, as well as the cyclist out of Trinidad and Tobago. That is Akil Campbell. but Andrew Ramsey will take maximum points that time around, number 425 for Jamaica. So we're knocking out the 100-lap event in chunks of 10, ladies and gentlemen. A sprint for points every 10 laps.
So that's Akil Campbell showing that he still has some legs, and he's gone to front. He's being followed by his teammate. Leon Trepte is right there with him. They're trying to see if they could probably stay away out front. What Trinidad and Tobago would have to do is see if they can get one of their riders out in front to slow down the peloton. But right now, the Bajans are not allowing them to do that, as they are trying to bring it back quickly. And Trepte has gone up and leaving it up there for Akil Campbell to battle it out on his own. The danger with Akil Campbell being out front like this is it's twofold. One, he's strong enough to stay out there for a long time, and he will then just accumulate points, 10, 5 points, 5 points, 5 points. But the other thing about it is that he's already the leader, so the more points he gets is further away from the chasing pack. So the two Bajan riders are aware of that, so they have to be mindful of Akil Campbell being out there, but they don't want to burn out too much energy early on and not have anything at the tail end. So it's a kind of a double-edged sword. You see it's 121 to 110. So they have to be very, very mindful of that with Akil Campbell. And if he connects, then he is going to get that 20 points as well. So that's going to put him way ahead as well. So it's a lot, and I think that's what he's probably trying to do now. Last night we saw him stay off the pack and was just winning those 5 points until he had accumulated so much, or until the officials told him that he had to connect. He wasn't connecting, and that allowed him to be the leader of the race for almost 20 laps, and he just picked up like 20 points without anybody challenging him. So the main bunch is trying to go, but Akil Campbell again is already out front. So now he gets the bell, so he is going to get 5 points every time. So again, Akil Campbell is out there to pick up another 5 points. And again, you see the race commissioner pointing to him to indicate that is the leader of the race. So another 5 points to Akil Campbell. So he's not connecting. You see, there he goes to 126 points now. So he picked up another 5 points and is just extending his lead every time, unless they can do something. And I think the two Bajans may have to do it themselves by working together. But the Trinidad and Tobago riders in the pack, look at Adam Alexander, he's not really working. And if anything, the Trinidad and Tobago riders are just going to the front and then just locking off. Nobody's working. They just cut off. And all that while, Akil Campbell is there just biding time. They don't have to do anything back there because they know Akil is out front, and they just would have to do it. Now we're looking at Jamaica trying to get up as well, but nobody is going after him. So they're going to leave him out there, and if he catches up with Akil, then the two of them can probably share the workload on top or sprint. But as where he is right now, he is in what we call no man's land, because he hasn't caught up with Akil, and he hasn't really separated much from the peloton behind. So he has to make a decision at some point whether he wants to keep going. Akil Campbell again goes high on the bank and is just waiting there. He doesn't have to join. He doesn't have to lap them, because if he laps them, he knows he's going to get 20 points, but then we'll have to sprint with them. So he's just waiting back there where he can just accumulate those points over and over and over and over again. And here again, you see the Trinidad and Tobago team now is just going to rope back in the Jamaican who had gone, and then they're going to slow the race down at the front once more. So now that they have him roped in, they just slow him down. But because there's so many Trinidadian riders in the race, they're covering almost every attack at the back. There's always a red, white, and black shirt to anybody that even hints at an attack. So more sprinting, but there's more points for Akil Campbell as he just continues to accumulate these points. He's just sitting right behind the peloton, not connecting. So he's actually the leader. And you look at the race commissaire, look at him pointing, and he's pointing. That is the leader of the race at all times. So, but eventually, just like they did last night, they may tell him he has to connect, and then he will connect, get the 20 points, and then but by that time he will have accumulated 20 points on his own, and then get another 20 points for connecting. So he'll then jump further ahead by that huge amount that will just have him surge to the front and to win the Omnium title as well. So he's coming now 131 to 113 points. So he's 18 points ahead now. You add 20 to that will push him way in front as well. So he's just smart about it. And you look at him, he's right there. He's not forcing the issue. Again, the race commissaire has him as the race leader. And so Akil Campbell just biding his time back there, waiting to pounce, just taking it easy right now. And until the race commissaire tells him that he has to go, here he goes again. And until they tell him that he has to connect, he won't. He'll just stay back there and accumulate points. And so these riders, really, they're working for Akil Campbell, the Trinidad and Tobago riders there, because they don't have to do anything other than cover any attack or any potential attack in the pack here. So whether it's the Bajans who think that they can maybe try to steal a match, Adam Alexander is right there covering anybody that goes up there. You're looking at Eastman, you're looking at Sunderland, but they are being policed all the way through. And so this is not the easiest of situations for them, but I'm sure they're trying their best. And now they're telling Akil Campbell that he has to connect. So he now has to go up to they just informed him that he will have to connect. And so now let's see what he does. If he connects, he's going to get, there he goes, he connects, so he's going to get the 20 points. But knowing Akil Campbell, he is going to keep going.
Akil Campbell laps the bunch and adds 20 points to his total, bringing him up to 151 points. Welcome back, Ronald. We still have 62 laps to go.
So it's 62 laps to go. Akil Campbell with those 20 points. And here he goes again. It's almost like if he has a different engine to everybody else. Akil Campbell goes again.
And looking to grab maximum points once again. It's Campbell from Trepte, from Jamal Eastman, from Justin Williams. I am lost for words. Akil Campbell rode past Jamal Eastman after lapping the bunch.
Campbell goes on the move again. And Campbell is on the move again. It's almost like if he just has a different engine that he's operating with. Everybody else is cruising and he's flying. It's almost like he wants to lap them a second time. So he's really breaking up the bunch now because everybody has to try to do something. Else Akil Campbell is just going to hammer them away with every lap. Sutherland is trying his best.
With 57 laps to go, we will be starting our draw for the door prize.
So again, this is really an amazing ride by Akil Campbell. He is really not showing any kind of wear and tear at all. He's just hammering away at the opposition right now and making it look so easy. 156. Look at the big gap he has opened up now. 156 to 115. And it just tells you how much of a hold on this title that he has right now. All he has to do is just continue to wear them down. And what he's doing too, he's putting himself in such a position that regardless of what happens at the end with the double points, it's not going to make much of a difference to him. Because here he is again as the race leader, right behind. He doesn't have to connect. He just could sit there and accumulate points. Again, like he was doing earlier, he doesn't have to connect until they tell him he must connect. But for now, he can just sit there and again, when it's time to sprint, he could just cruise around, pick up another 5 points and wait until the commissaire tells him he has to connect. So this is great strategy on the part of Akil Campbell. And so the Campbell family, of course, Tenille Campbell rides in Europe on the women's circuit. And the brother Akil showing that he is ready for the big times as well. And of course, as they say, the fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree because their mother is Euphemia Huggins, who is herself was a former national standout athlete, a multi-sport athlete as well. So here they come again, 51 laps to go, and they're going to sprint once more.
51.
So here they go, but look at who is coming around again for another 5 points. Akil Campbell does it again. Adam Alexander also right into the front, but not again. And you can't say enough about the role that Adam Alexander is playing. He's just trying to keep everything in focus and doing his part to keep the peloton. And down goes a rider, down goes 2 riders. A third one goes down as well. And there's a spill on the track. There's a yellow flag is out. The difference here is that this might just burn, but if you fall in the concrete, you get bruised. And back up they go again, and that's the beauty about cycling. Riders fall, but it's almost like if nothing happens, they just jump on the bike and there they go again. So he's back in the frame once more, and we have the rider, the Bajan rider from their team. Is he going to get back on his bike as well? I think he will. And Akil Campbell just continues to race around. So Campbell again under caution, out of the caution, is able to reconnect. So Akil Campbell again really showing just how well prepared he is at the moment. It's almost as if he just can't sit still. He's like one of those bubbly children. It's almost like he gets antsy when he's doing nothing. So right now, when everybody's resting, he is just eager to probably bolt again and see if anybody will follow him this time once more. But look at Adam Alexander again, controlling the front of the race, not allowing anybody to do too much. So now that Akil is resting, Adam Alexander is ensuring that nobody else is doing anything as well. So everybody is resting at the same time. And that is great for Akil Campbell, because he did spend a lot of energy out front by himself. Not that it would have made much of a difference to him. It looks like he's in such good condition. But the thing about it is that Adam Alexander and the other Trinidad and Tobago riders have done such a fantastic job of holding back the peloton, and that it puts Campbell in such a commanding position at the moment. And you look at him again, he's almost ready to go once more. It's almost as if he has something twitching under his legs or something that just can't sit still for very long. 44 laps to go. And again, the three riders who went down, I think they're all back up on their Tripte was one of them. He was quickly back in the saddle. And that's good to see. The riding for Trinidad and Tobago is showing real guts and determination. And a little spill is not going to stop them, especially a spill on a smooth track like this. The bruising is minuscule, although it might burn a little bit. But nothing is broken, so they can go. And they're showing that they can go. So that is great for TNT. So the two Jamaicans right there in the mix. The three riders from Barbados also there. So there's the bell once more. Adam Alexander this time is looking to secure some points himself as he comes around. He's under some pressure though. Here goes Eastman. Jamal Eastman taking those 5 points there. And Akil Campbell decided not to sprint on that occasion. Probably just saving his legs. Not worrying too much about what the others are doing, at least just yet. So it continues to change around here. Let's see what the updated is. 181, 120. Jamal Eastman, 120. So it's being updated quickly. Tariq Woods. There, Eastman 120, 111. Gonzalo. Olivos. So Adam Alexander right there in the mix as well. But you really cannot understate or overstate his role in all that is happening on the track. He's really done a great job. So here they come again, trying to bring back the main bunch, trying to bring them up in front, and everybody is coming around quickly. So Sunderland not being allowed to go too far to the front. So it's really a situation here where everybody is back together once more. So Trinidad and Tobago well positioned here. So Akil Campbell really out front, way out front, but still looks full of riding at the moment, and it will certainly be right there in the mix. If it stays like this, he's going to be right there for that final sprint as well. Yeah, right now he's just resting, chatting there with Adam Alexander, no doubt. Whatever instructions and whatever the plan is, they're just trying to make sure that everything is still on course. You see him going down and Adam Alexander is right there with him. Alexander is like the big brother. He's the protector for these youngsters. And there goes Akil Campbell again. You have Tariq Woods and others also in the frame. So here they come to sprint again. And Adam Alexander is again right there, but so too is Jamal Eastman, who's eyeballing him just like he did the last sprint. And Tripte is also in the frame looking for points as well. And Tripte might have picked up those 5 points to Adam Alexander. And here he goes again. There goes the Energizer Bunny, just blowing people away. And Sutherland is right there with him. So it's Trinidad, Barbados, and Jamaica out there. So now he has company. What do they do here now with Akil Campbell? And they're thinking that Campbell is going to slow, but Campbell isn't slowing. He's just going to keep going. And that is the danger of following an Akil Campbell like this, because you don't know what he's going to do. And he could hut it up in a second. And now that they're resting, don't be surprised if he decides that he wants to go again. $126 laps to go. So Campbell, almost as if he's like biding his time. Sunderland is right there. So Andrew Ramsey of Jamaica has taken the lead. So he is trying to open up something here. Campbell, though, is keeping close tabs on him. So he connects with the main bunch, Ramsey of Jamaica. So now Campbell is back to his old ways again. He's just sitting behind the pack. He's not going to connect. And so he continues to strategize, so to speak. So 21 laps to go. So they'll be sprinting again pretty soon. And this time it is Campbell and Sunderland. Sunderland will take the 5 points there in that one. And I'm looking at the race commissaires. Ramsey takes the 2 points. And you can see the race commissaire pointing to those two, so they know that they are the race leaders. In fact, Akil Campbell is the race leader. So Campbell has moved his point tally right up to about 186 now. So he is just pushing forward right to 186 to 124 and 113 to Sutherland. If you look at it again, and 112, Gonzalo Olivos of the USA is right there. just a point adrift. So Sunderland and Co will have to be mindful. Can't let him come and upset the apple cart, so to speak. It's been the 3 Caribbean riders out front, but now the American is trying to blow that whole thing up. That plan might just go out the window if Sunderland isn't careful. But again, this is one of the benefits of having that many riders in the bunch. The Trinidad and Tobago team can really spot up any of the other riders, and they know when to cover, when not to cover. So 15 laps to go. So this is going to be interesting now, whether they will let them, Akil Campbell, the race leader. So with 14 laps to go, they'll be coming to a sprint in a short while. Campbell again. Campbell and Sutherland, first and third in the standings. Jamal Eastman, though, probably just doesn't have the legs right now, so he's trying to recover in the peloton, or the main bunch. And he's riding third in that main bunch at the moment. He's just behind Prepte for Trinidad and Tobago, and just doesn't seem to have it right now, Eastman. But then that could change in a flash. He's such a determined rider. In the meantime, Akil Campbell is just rolling around at the back there, and again, you can see the race commissaire pointing to him to indicate he is the race leader. But I think the next time around, they're probably going to have them connect. Depends if they'll allow them to do that inside of 10 laps to go. And there goes that man, Eastman. He's not going to just sit there for too long. And just like Akil Campbell, he too is a little bit antsy when nothing is happening. And he has bolted. So he's trying to connect with those two out front. There he goes, racing along. And so Campbell again joins up with the bunch. So this is the third time he has lapped the bunch. So he gets 20 points. And that 20 points might actually put Campbell up to second on the table, ahead of his teammate, Jamal Eastman. So that's why Eastman is fighting here now to get back in the frame. He knows that he's under some pressure here. 6 laps to go, and double points on offer. So Eastman wants to be up there. He's fighting to get into position here, but so Campbell and right in there, almost causing a little mishap, but you could just see Adam Alexander cutting on the inside. Campbell took the high ground, and they safely negotiated the rider in the punch. But Campbell, with that familiar style of his, where he puts his hand on the handlebar from over the handlebar. Most riders tend to go down under it. He goes over the bar to some degree. It's probably how he feels most comfortable. And he's driving it from the front right now. Eastman trying to connect, trying to get up into the mix. He's trying hard. He's being helped to some degree here. He's being brought back in nicely by Decameron. Trini working with a Bajan there, trying to get him to come around. But it's still Campbell. 2 laps to go. Is it too late for Jamal Eastman? Where does Sutherland do as well? Here they go quickly now. They're going to come for Bell next time around. Can Akil Campbell hold his position? When does Jamal Eastman get up there? Where does Sunderland do his business? Looking around, Campbell is going to cut off because nobody can really catch him from there, so he doesn't need to sprint. He's just cutting off and just relaxing. There is no need for him to sprint. He has such a gap. And there it is. Akil Campbell, the man who wins it. He is the champion. He didn't need to sprint. And even so, it was Adam Alexander who picked up the double points. So there he is, your Omnium champion at the Easter Grand Prix for 2023 is Akil Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago Team TTO. What a gutsy rider, and what a rider, really loads of potential indeed. And you can just see the energy that he has, and it just shows how capable. 209 points was the final tally for him. Sutherland was second with 140, and Jamal Eastman was 125 in third place. And so there it is. So it's 140, 125, and Gonzalo Olivos was third on 112, was fourth rather on 112. So a fantastic performance indeed there by that young man there, Akil Campbell, and he is going to be really another one of the great Trinidad and Tobago cyclists. We've been able to produce so many outstanding ones over the years. As I say, think of somebody like a Roger Gibbon, Leslie King, Maxwell Cheeseman, Ian Atterley. You know, you have the Hoyts, you know, so many of them. You have the Luces brothers, of course, Clinton Grant, Emil Abraham, and it just, the list it just goes on and on and on. Michael Phillips, another national champion, and so on. You know, you had the Dickey brothers who rode well for some time, and you know, it's just so amazing that we've been able, as a small country, and of course not to mention our Olympians, Geronimo Samuel, who did us proud, just missed out on an Olympic medal, and similarly we had Jacine Phillips in 2012, and then now we have the pair of Kwesi Brown and the man of the moment, the one who most people anticipate is going to do something out of the ordinary, Nicholas Paul, who is just right there, as they say, reach out and touch me distance of an Olympic medal, and hopefully next year in Paris he will be able to do that. I mean, as you talk about Paris, only today I was looking at the Paris-Roubaix final leg, the last day of competition. And they were riding on cobblestone. So again, we see the two riders just rolling around on the track, getting ready. Now it's the time here for the the sprint races. The battle for third and fourth. So again, Akil Campbell is pretty much the man of the moment, the most outstanding TNT rider. Alexi Ramirez is the most outstanding TNT woman. Alexi Ramirez is going to pick up the award as the most outstanding Trinidad and Tobago cyclist. So she's just making her way back after picking up her trophy. And there is Alexi Ramirez, who picked up the most outstanding TNT rider. And she, every time you see her, she seems to get better and better. She's getting stronger and stronger as well. And you could just look at the camaraderie, the relationship she has with the foreign riders, some from Brazil, some from Mexico, and they all have their trophies, so I'm sure they are happy. But if you look behind her, this is what I'm looking at here. That nice little black bike. Yep. Somebody might actually win that tonight. There was one handed out last night, the blue one. And tonight we might get the black one. Somebody might ride out of here with the black one. Yep. So you're looking at the spectators. So we're going to have the riders on the line. So as they push off here, remember in the semi-finals, Raul Garcia lost out to Sidel Samaru in 2 straight, and Daryl James also lost out to Darrell Mohammed. So this is the ride for bronze. So James and Garcia doing battle. So Garcia at the back at the moment. James, the taller of the two, trying to keep close tabs on his teammate, Garcia. Garcia, though, had the fastest qualifying time. It didn't pan out that way in the semi-final. So they're going to get the bell, and it's still Garcia in front. Or rather, James holding off Garcia. Garcia now is making his move. Garcia trying to come around, but James is going to hold him off. And James just gets up there in time. And the thing with James, he doesn't look like he's riding fast because his legs are so long. He really doesn't look as if he's really moving fast. I don't know if you have the replay of it, you'll see. He doesn't look like he's moving fast, but he really is. It's just his legs are so long that it's like an illusion. It's almost as if he doesn't look like he's really trying hard. But those long legs of his are really helping that bike, propel that bike forward rather quickly. And so he has picked up the first ride. So James, 441, Daniel James and Raul Garcia. This is the battle for the bronze medal among the juniors. So now we have Darrell Mohammed and Sidel Samaru. So this is for the gold medal. So again, it's 2 best of 3 rides, and or you can do it in 2 straight. Whoever can get the jump to the first ride becomes very important. So Samaru. So Mohammed down below, trying to keep things honest. So again, Mohammed goes. Samaru have some work to do here, but Samaru is quickly alongside him. Now, does he have the power to come all the way around? And there he goes. And Samaru starts to bolt for home, and he's going to have an easy win here. Samaru takes the first ride, and he goes 1 up. So that is for the gold medal ride.
UCI Omnium. Out of Trinidad and Tobago, Alexi Ramirez. In second place, Welida Rodriguez of Brazil. And in first place, Marie Garciola of Mexico.
So again,
Assisting us with the prize
Sidel
distribution
Samaru.
will be Ms. Diane Henderson of the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee.
So Gaxula from Mexico, the winner.
Also calling to the prize rostrum, Giselle Gasparato.
It's like a big fraternity. They're just having a good time. Although they compete fiercely, they understand that they are. Few of them can do what they're doing. Of course, making the presentation is the current boss of the TTOC, Diane Henderson, herself a former road runner.
On the top, we go to the elite women.
And for many years, she's been able to manage the TNT International Marathon, but now she's in charge of the TTOC, taking over from Brian Lewis. So Diane Henderson doing the honors, and now she's in the picture as well. And so there you go. That is the Omnium champion for 2023. So now the battle for third place among the women. Phoebe Sandy and Makira Wallace. Just keeping a close tabs. They're not trying to do too much at the moment. So Phoebe Sandy leading out, but she allows Wallace to go past her, and Wallace taking it long. Phoebe Sandy has work to do here. She was caught napping, and now she's going to take the bell. Can Sandy bring it back? She has work to do. She's coming. She's coming. Does she have enough? Does she get it up there? She's going around. Phoebe Sandy's going to take this one. What a ride by Phoebe Sandy. What a turn of speed there. Wallace left early. Sandy looked like she was in trouble, but then she got it into gear, and she held her nerve and was able to come around to get the job done. And she's riding that look bike. It's the same type of bike that Nicholas Paul and Chrissy Brown rode at the Olympics. So Sandy gets that first ride. This is the bronze medal that they're battling for. So there's the man of the moment. Now Akil Campbell. The young man can do no wrong as he gets the Omnium title. He's also the most outstanding local rider.
Thank you so much to Miss
Diane Henderson doing the honors.
for your assistance. And I would like to
And I'm sure those two will meet each other again, because when Akil needs money, he goes to Diane to help him out in that regard, and Diane will probably write a letter to the minister, and you never know. There is some kind of synergy there as how you get things done. But in a lot of ways, most of our athletes will have to go through the TTOC at some point in time, and and they always try to help them. That's what they're there for. We have to say. So now the gold medal ride. Delia Palmer of Jamaica and Tatiana Dalja of Suriname. So this, of course, is a UCI Class 1 event, so this is important business here, and Palmer is way back, so she's going to do this the hard way. The rider from Suriname, Dalja, has decided she's going to go early, and now she's kind of backing off a little bit, and that allows Palmer to also just reduce the heart rate just a little bit, just to drop it. For a moment there, it looked as if she was going to go the distance, and Palmer would have had to try to rope her in, but she didn't panic. But now they're going to get the bell. This is for real here now, and it rolls reverse, because here goes Delia Palmer of Jamaican Team DPS here in Trinidad. She is just going to cruise home with this one, and she has one hand on the gold medal. So a fine victory there for her. Has to be expected. She is the overwhelming favorite to take this title. So Delia Palmer of Jamaica. Taking the ride, the first ride, and making it look so easy. And again, congratulations to all of the winners. We've had some amazing rides, and it just shows you that once they put on the Grand Prix, the riders really put on a show, and we had some stunning performances over the 3 days. So as we wind down this one, remember we still have the Madison to come. So we have an all Brazil final, Cipriano up against Da Silva. So this ought to be very interesting. But before they get onto the track, we will also see Lawrence. Devontae Lawrence is going to be there, and he and Polido will do battle for third place. So it looks like we're going to straight to the gold medal ride. I'm not sure if Polido opted out. So it means that Devontae Lawrence is probably going to be confirmed as the third place winner.
The South American country of Brazil. This is going to be a very entertaining affair.
So the All Brazil final, this could easily be taking place in Rio de Janeiro, but instead it's in Balmain Cuva. Flavio Wagner Cipriano, and of course Da Silva from the Santos cycling team, João Victor Da Silva, Tobate cycle team. So again, this is for the gold medal, folks. And there is the man, Da Silva. It's Cipriano in the blue, and of course in the white, Da Silva in the white strip.
Cipriano will lead Da Silva.
Now this is really about strategy here and who will blink first, because both men are pretty strong. If anything, I might want to believe Cipriano might be the stronger of the two, but not by much. Is he the faster of the two? Well, we'll determine that here this evening.
This is going to be a very fast one. Don't blink, because you might miss it. The cyclist must maintain walking pace for the first half lap of the first lap. A very tactical ride in this elite men sprint final. It is Cipriano from Da Silva. 2 laps to go. Da Silva takes the lead from Cipriano as they dance across the track. Cipriano goes high on the banking and dips down low and will take the bell, leading Da Silva into the final lap. It is Cipriano from Da Silva. Cipriano from Da Silva. Da Silva will have to do a lot to come around. It is Cipriano from Da Silva. Oh, very close indeed. Let's refer to the photo finish.
But I think it's Cipriano would have done enough there. I don't think Da Silva was able to get up there to catch him. He was very close, but I think Cipriano was the one, got it there. You look at it here, Cipriano in front by a full bike length, and Da Silva closing all the time. Look at that drive. He's coming, pushing, gaining, but not fast enough, and he threw the bike at the line, but so too did Cipriano, and his throw was better, and he was able to get the win. So he's up by 1. So that was a fantastic ride indeed. And again, it's the best of 3, so the silver will get a chance to try to exact his revenge. But Cipriano takes the first ride, and now we're looking at Garcia and James again for 3rd place. So this is the junior men. So again, in the first one, James took the first ride. Could Garcia pull things back here now in ride number 2? So that's the situation here for these 2 riders. Both of them from Trinidad and Tobago, both of them outstanding juniors, and both wanting to cup that bronze medal that's on offer. And who is to blame them? And this type of exposure is immeasurable for these youngsters, because this is what they're going to be facing in a couple of months' time, and it just gives them that little bit of an edge. They will know this track a little bit better, and they will know, kind of get a feel as to when to do what to do during a race. They're watching also at the Brazilians and how they manipulate proceedings, and how their dexterity on the bike, how they handle pressure situations, how they're able to hold their lanes even when they're flying across the track at high speeds. So it's all of that goes in. It's partly a visual thing as well, but it's a visual, but it's also a learning experience for them. It's a great opportunity for them to see firsthand exactly how to plan their races and how to execute. And even when things change, because in that last race we saw there in the elite men, we saw the silver actually started the race at the back, but then we saw the ability of Cipriano to not panic when the silver went to the front. He waited and waited, and then he was able to take it over again. So all of that should be registering in the minds of the young cyclists, that they don't have to immediately respond to a change in the plan, so to speak. You resort to plan B or plan C while you're on the bike itself, and don't panic. So here we go again. Garcia needs a win to stay alive. Garcia at the back, he needs something to go. Garcia, we know his speed, but I think what James is doing, James is taking him long. Garcia might actually be quicker off the shorter sprint, and they're bumping shoulder to shoulder. It's almost like they hear this, the bell now, and they're still bumping shoulders, and down he goes. So it'll be up to the race commissaires to determine what is the plan here. James went down. Garcia, they were really bumping shoulders coming around the track, but he doesn't seem to be too affected by it all. If anything, they might need some adjustments on the bike. And but they were really almost head-butting each other, shoulder to shoulder, coming around the track. And then eventually they got a bump, and he lost his wheel. And so I'm not sure if they will award the race to Garcia. You see, if you look at it here, they're bumping each other all the way around. This is even before the bell. You know, here they go. They're rubbing shoulders there right now. Remember, these are teammates. They're probably good buddies. So they're just having a fun time out there, putting on a show for the fans. But then this is where he was coming down the track and he just bumped him. He actually bumped his handlebar. And that just where that right hand was touching the bar, he just kind of nudged him there. And that probably forced him to lose the wheel. So they're going to do a re-ride. And so they're not awarding it to Garcia. So Garcia, sorry buddy, you're going to have to do it the hard way. You'll have to earn it. You know, so they're not giving him any blighs. He's going to have to earn it himself here now. And so what it means is that I don't know if they'll let him do the re-ride right away. Or so they're going to let the gold medal ride take place first between Samaru and Mohammed. So, which makes sense. Give them a little breather to just rethink strategy a little bit. Just double check and make sure that all the parts are in place. And then they'll come again. But cyclists are real daredevils. You know, a little spill like that is not going to deter them. Especially when a medal is on the line. So after all that riding all weekend long, if you could ride, you're going to ride, especially if you think you're going to get a medal at the end of the day. So I have no qualms with them giving them a little extra time to recover and then go again in that second ride off. So here comes another Trinidad and Tobago pair, Samaru and Mohammed, Sindel Samaru. And Jarrell Samaru, or Sindel Samaru, and Jarrell Mohammed with some work to do here. Elijah Green just having a word, making sure that the riders understand what is at stake here. This is a gold medal up for grabs. We'll be friends after back in the dormitory. But for now, I have a medal to win. That's how you're looking at it at the moment.
Of Trinidad and Tobago. These two cyclists are very, very fast. The match sprint, it's not only a race about speed, but also strategy. As they see 2 laps to go, it is Jarrell Mohammed on the inside, Sindel Samaru on the outside. It is wheel to wheel going into turn 3. Sindel Samaru rides high on the banking and they take the bell. Sindel Samaru leads into the final lap. Jarrell Mohammed has a gap to close if he has a chance to win. But it's Sindel Samaru driving it into turn 4, maintaining that gap. It is Sindel Samaru taking the gold medal unofficially in 2 straight rides. Jarrell Mohammed will take silver unofficially. Ladies and gentlemen, your junior men's champion, Sindel Samaru.
So congratulations again to Sindel Samaru from Trinidad and Tobago, beating his Trinidad and Tobago teammate Samaru, the man of the moment. Sindel Samaru and Jarrell Mohammed. But it's, of course, A great work by Sindel Samaru to take the gold medal for Trinidad and Tobago. Silver to Trinidad and Tobago. Bronze will also go to Trinidad and Tobago because it's 4 TNT riders in the semi-finals or in the last stage of this event. So now this one is going to be another interesting one. Makaira Wallace and Phoebe Sandy. Could Sandy pull off another victory here to make it 2 straight, just like Samaru just did?
To win this one to force a third undecided.
So here they go to start this one. Does she have it in her to win 2 straight? Phoebe Sandy of Trinidad and Tobago riding at the back at the moment, up against Makaira Wallace in the green, just looking at her, trying to maybe force her into a crawl. Sandy, though, not ready to go to the front just yet, so she's just going to bide her time at the back. Again, this is invaluable experience for a rider like Phoebe Sandy. She has lots of potential, but you now have to put that potential on display and also try to maximize that potential. And the only way you can do that is by competing in events like this and coming out on top. So here they go.
Of them in this sprint event. Phoebe Sandy having a bit more experience, but Makaira Wallace leads the last lap, leading Phoebe Sandy. Is Makaira Wallace from Phoebe Sandy, but here comes Phoebe Sandy over the top of Makaira Wallace. Makaira Wallace, Phoebe Sandy. Phoebe Sandy crosses the line ahead of Makaira Wallace.
So a fine ride there. In fact, they almost collided. In fact, they looked like they touched just as they were coming around the bend. And so she went wide and she went high, but she still came back down with enough momentum to take her over the line. So again, just that little experience telling there, because that's where accidents and injury can happen. Where she saw the potential collision, she just widened a little bit. She went up the bank. But she came back down quickly enough and managed to still win the race at that time. Here she is now, giving her, spelling her a good bicycle, 2 bicycle lengths, just kind of biding her time. For a moment there, Wallace might have been thinking that's a big enough lead so she can probably win this one and force a 3rd ride. But Sandy kept her looking over both shoulders. 1 minute she's looking over the left, next minute she's looking over the right. Sandy still not moving as yet, just getting that gear in motion. And now that she feels that it's time to go, there she goes. But look at it, they almost touch here, just at that split second end. You see how high she had to go up on the bank and come back down. And I felt it was Wallace who probably lost her balance a little bit and was probably having to make a quick adjustment to maintain that balance. Almost collided with Phoebe Sandy, but Sandy was able to hold on to pick up the bronze medal. So again, Phoebe Sandy picking up a bronze medal there in 2 straight rides over Makaira Wallace in the women's bronze medal ride. Now we go back to ride number 2 between Garcia and James. Remember, we had a little accident, but thankfully there were no fatalities. The rider just went down, but he's back up on his bike now. In fact, he didn't stay down for very long. He immediately got back up, and he looked like he was more worried about the bike than about himself. And but I think he is ready to go again. James went down, but James is back up once more.
The officials have decided that there will be a re-ride of.
So it's not the third ride, this is the second ride, a re-ride of the second race between these two. And so James still has a chance to make it 2-2 if he can win this one. However, I'm sure that Garcia is going to have something to say about that. So Garcia will lead off. So I'm hoping that they don't bump and grind like they were doing in the first ride, in the first go around of this second ride. So here they go again. They just like to be close to each other, and they just seem like they will like be good buddies. So they're always hanging out, and even on the track they want to be hanging out together. Again, James, tall, rangy, and like I said, he doesn't look like he's really exerting energy, but he's all business. You look at his shoulder where he fell down, and he decided he's going to go early. He's going early. Does he have the legs? James, remember, was faster over the flying 200, but this is a longer stretch here now. Garcia on the inside is going for it, but James is coming back. James, he's given up, so they will have a third ride. So Raul Garcia has forced ride number 3. So 1 to go. So Garcia doing what he needed to do, which was win the second ride and force a third and deciding ride against his good buddy Daniel James. And James was taking it very long indeed, and but Garcia kept his composure. He didn't let him get in front of him. He got alongside him. He might actually been slightly ahead, but not far enough ahead that he could cut in front of him and block off his path. So he had that room on the inside at all times, and that made certain of the win for the second ride.
Coming into the track, it is the second run.
So now Delia Palmer and Tashana Dalja of Suriname, Team Dry-Face Sport, the Team DPS as they're more affectionately known, Robert Farrier. Delia Palmer is like their principal product together with Quincy Alexander. Alexander, who was training in Germany recently, rode at Skinner Park, but I think today he bowed out of the sprint. So Palmer, who won that first ride very impressively, is again heavily favored here. I don't know what it is Tashana Dalja can change up. At the end of the day, it has to do with speed and power. And you look at how stockily built Delia Palmer is. Her energy is right there on the bike. She imparts quite a bit of force through those pedals. And she just has that source of energy.
Dalga is winding up that gear. Delia Palmer is locked onto her wheel, and Delia Palmer will lead them into the final lap. It is Delia Palmer from Tashana Dalga, DPS from Suriname. They power down the back straight. Tashana Dalga will have to do a lot to come around, but it's Delia Palmer. Delia Palmer from Tashana Dalga. Delia Palmer.
As she salutes the crowd here at the National Cycling Center, Delia Palmer making Trinidad a home and showing why she's so highly regarded. Another fantastic ride from the Jamaican, riding for Team DPS and showing a tremendous form at the moment. She gets the crowd going and she feeds off of the crowd here in Trinidad and Tobago time and again. She has come out on top, so she knows how to win and how to win here in TNT. She did travel outdoors, travel abroad recently, just around Carnival time, to compete internationally, but now she's back here continuing her training and her development. Delia Palmer in 2 straight rides.
Ladies and gentlemen, your elite women's sprint champion, Delia Palmer. And taking the silver medal,
Tashana Dalga will take the silver. And of course, Delia Palmer of Jamaica will take the gold medal. So the Jamaican men weren't able to take gold, but their female counterpart showed that she not only won the gold, she won it convincingly. 2 straight rides, and she never really looked threatened in it all. So Delia Palmer with her gold medal. So, and again, the other part of this whole scenario here is that there are points on offer. So winning is just one part of the equation. Getting those pumps, getting those UCI points can go a long way in helping to secure Olympic qualification, World Championship qualification. So these are important events. So now we're getting ready for ride number 2 now in the gold medal ride. Cipriano won the first one. Can the silver win the second? So just as we suspected, Devante Lawrence gets the bronze medal. And Zion Polido was his opponent. So now the silver is the one leading out. Remember when they started the first ride, he was the one behind, he was higher up on the bank. And then he got past, but again, there was no panic from Cipriano. And he just waited, and then once he made his jump, he was really forcing the silver to have to respond to that. And he couldn't come around in time. He beat him at the line, so to speak. So Cipriano, he's powerful. De Silva is more stockily built. His legs, he has these tree trunk for thighs. He's powerfully built, whereas Cipriano is a little bit longer, but his muscle is well distributed around his body. And of course, you could just see the power in those legs. And now it's up to De Silva to generate his own power source. And there goes Cipriano again. He goes high. He's going to come off that bank with a big rush. And that's why they go that high, because when they come down with extra force. They try to draft. What De Silva is trying to do is cut off his entry point, which he did there. Can he go now? Cipriano is coming, but De Silva is going to win it to force a third ride. So the strategy worked to a point, but congratulations to De Silva. He cut off his entry when he came down. He kind of cut off his point of entry and forced him to stay high for a little while longer. And as he made that adjustment, De Silva bolted. And that was all he needed in order to secure the win. So it's 1-1 now, and here we go again. Look at how high he is. But watch at De Silva. De Silva didn't just allow him to take it over. De Silva cut off that inside lane and forced him to have to check. And now he had to find another gear. He did find another gear, but it wasn't quick enough. And here comes De Silva. Cipriano probably gave up a little bit early. I thought he was going to try and beat it out, but he opted not to, maybe saving his legs for that third and deciding ride, which might turn out to be a blessing in disguise for him. So we'll see how that goes. So we all knotted here at 1 apiece, necessitating a third and deciding ride here this evening. We also have a third and deciding ride for the juniors, third and fourth. So James and Garcia still trying to determine who. We have already decided the gold medal. We're trying to decide the bronze medal. Unlike boxing, where both losing semi-finalists get bronze medals, in cycling you have to earn it. And at the Olympics in boxing, when you reach the semi-finals, you're guaranteed a bronze medal. If you win, then you fight for either gold or silver. But you don't. If you don't lose that bronze medal. You maintain that bronze medal from the semi-finals in terms of third place finishers. So both losing semi-finalists get bronze medals in boxing at the Olympic Games, not in cycling. In cycling, you have to put it on the line, and you have to make your way around the track in order to secure that medal. So that's why they call it precious metal. You have to work for it, and you're not getting it that easily. Here again, and look at a picture. This wide shot of the velodrome really is an awesome picture. It's the same picture you see when you look at the international events around the world, and so and that's why when riders come here, they feel so at home, because this is what they're accustomed to seeing. I think the bank on this track is about 28 degrees. It might be a little bit less, but I think it's 28 degrees if memory serves me right. So riders know that they can use that banking to their advantage as well. So it's not unlike any track that they were riding around the world. And in fact, when they were at the last Olympic Games, it was a similar type of track. In London, it was a similar type of track. The people who laid down this track are internationally recognized, and so they know the standard, and they were able to produce a truly amazing track here for not just local use, but now that it's UCI sanctioned, it could be used by all the riders from up and down the Americas, and even from beyond. whether they want to come to train on it or if they come here to compete at events being hosted here. It also allows Trinidad and Tobago to stage those camps where riders may feel that they could come here and put in the training. And what helps is just in the back of us is the home of football, which has the dormitories, so riders can just stay there and train. They don't have to go anywhere unless they want to, or if they want to go outside for a road ride or something of the sort. But in the main, everything is self-contained here for them. They can train here in morning, noon, and night, as we say, and the dormitory is just a stone's throw away. They don't need any transport. They just jump on the bikes and ride over, and they can do a world of training, as they say. And so that is the aspect of it that I think the UCI was looking at, that it really lends itself to accommodating riders from all over the Americas, so whether in Brazil or Argentina, all the way up north to Canada, including the United States, all of Central America, Mexico, and other places. So it's it really is strategically located, and it should be utilized. It should allow riders who want to get UCI points, and it gives them an opportunity to come here and compete and train and compete in conditions that they would be familiar with, or that they will understand, allows them to ride under the same type of conditions that they would ride at the Olympic Games, Commonwealth Games, World Championships, World Cup events, or Nation League events. So whatever it is, this is the standard, and we have it right here in Trinidad and Tobago. And so whether it's clubs, as we saw in Skinner Park over the last 2 nights, we saw there were a couple of clubs out of Barbados who probably don't get bunch racing back home, and those youngsters, some of them BMXers, were able to come and ride in those events and compete as well. So it really was a situation where they got the best of both worlds. One, they get to travel, and you know how everybody likes that. And two, they get to compete in events that they wouldn't normally get at home. So those BMXers, they had a blast. And even the riders who rode in the junior category from the clubs out of Barbados, they too would have learned a lot. And because again, they don't get this kind of bunch race. In fact, riders in Europe would tell you that they don't often get to bunch race the way we bunch race here in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean. So they love it to a large extent. Once they get adapted to it and they get accustomed to the heat, and they realize that they could survive in the heat, and then they pull out all the stops. In fact, I've seen riders come to Trinidad for one race or one weekend of racing and stay on for 2 and 3 months because of the weather conditions and the fact that they get to compete every 2 weeks or so. Because back then we had, like, they would come for one event, they'd stay for Southern Games, Palo Seco Games, they'll stay for the Easter Grand Prix, and so they all just kind of followed one after the other, and they love that because they got to compete in those events and also got to train. But I will tell you as well, their training, they couldn't kind of shortchange their coaches with their training, because what most of them they had these chips that they had to place on their bikes and would record the miles that they covered on a daily basis as prescribed by the coach. And then they had to upload that footage to the coach on a daily basis, so the coach would know that they were actually still training, or they were putting in the work, as they said, because you couldn't be on Maracas Beach and tell the coach you're training. So you basically had to put in the work and then show the coach by uploading it off the chip every day to show them the miles that you covered on a daily basis. Because even though you're here in Trinidad and Tobago, a number of things are at play. One, you're probably part of a club in Europe, wherever you originate, and that club might have been the ones who paid your way to come to the Caribbean to train and ride. So you had to honor that part of it, that contractual obligation, and in addition to which your coaches trust you to train and put in the kind of work to show the kind of improvements that they deem necessary in order for you to progress in the sport. So when you see riders riding around the world, they're not just here having fun, they're actually putting in the work. So congratulations to all of them, and we look forward to welcoming a lot more riders to our shores for precisely that type of experience, and the racing and the training facilities. So whether you want to train on the roads or you want to come indoors and do the indoor bit, that is also very much on the cards, because look at the facility that you have at your disposal. And you can easily work it through the UCI as well as the Trinidad and Tobago Cycling Federation, because they're working close together and working closely in order to set up that satellite facility. And because everybody now, when they want to do UCI training, they will go to Switzerland, where the UCI center is set up. But that is a costly exercise. So coming to Trinidad, on the other hand, you have the same kind of facilities. You have a UCI instructor here or coaches here who can do the same things, or talk to your coaches in Europe or Brazil or wherever, and will be able to put the programs in place for you the same way and execute it the same way as your coaches would back in your homeland. So you have the best of both worlds, so to speak, in that regard. So it's always a plus when you could come to a place like Trinidad and Tobago and have this kind of an experience, whether you want to race or you want to train on a daily basis. So it's Garcia and James all tied up at one apiece. James won the first ride, Garcia won the second ride. What do they change now in ride number 3? So James will lead out. He's at the front at the moment. So now Garcia, we all know, is quick in the sprint. Does James take it along? He tried it, but he got caught and passed. So does he do a similar thing now? Or does he even take it from even longer? What is the approach? Garcia is in front now. This is Garcia from James. James right there, which is a good position to assume. Remember, this is the ride. James now has some work to do. Garcia takes Bell, has a nice gap, but here comes James. Can James get up there? James is coming. Does he have the legs? He goes wide. Does he have it now? It's James. James is going to win it. James certainly showed that he is quite capable. The man with the long legs, who doesn't look like he's moving fast, looked like he was moving fast there. And he didn't panic again. This is good riding from the young man. He fell behind. James knew he had some work to do. Garcia opened up a nice lead on him, but then he just came back, and you could just see the joy on his face, the satisfaction. Remember, he was the one who fell down, but he picked himself up, and here he is, celebrating the bronze medal with a splendid ride to win it by 2 rides to 1. And here he is again. Look at the gap he gave him. But he didn't panic. He just got it into gear. And again, look at him. He doesn't look like he's moving fast. His legs just keep churning. Again, he goes a little bit wide there, but once he straightens up, watch out how fast he gets it into gear, and he just eases past him over the last 20 meters or so. Excellent ride indeed, and what a way to cap off a bronze medal. I think he earned it the hard way on this occasion, a fall and all inside of them. So a solid ride by the young man, Daniel James. Raul Garcia, not to be frowned upon. He gave it his best there, but he just didn't have the legs at the end to steal a match in that final ride. So now we're getting ready for the big one. This is the third and deciding ride between the two Brazilians, Santos Cycle Team and Tobate Cycling Team. Cipriani Wagner, Flavio Cipriano, and João da Silva. And João da Silva, of course, the brand Santos is a universal name. Of course, the legendary Pelé played for the club Santos. So that Santos brand in Brazil is synonymous. And no doubt, I'm sure if you start up a football conversation with both of those men, you would probably get a lecture till tomorrow morning. And they wouldn't be wrong in what they're saying either. So De Silva is the one in front. Can he get another win here to take the gold medal?
From Cipriano. De Silva from Cipriano as they come to see 2 laps to go. De Silva still leading Cipriano as they go around. De Silva, Cipriano. De Silva, Cipriano. De Silva, Cipriano. De Silva, Cipriano. De Silva goes to the inside. Cipriano has a gap that he has to make up. Look at the speed of Cipriano as he tries to come over the top. It's going to be very close indeed.
And it looks like it's De Silva again. Almost an identical finish to the second ride. De Silva holding that line, a straight line. As I say, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. He held a straight line from the time he came off the curve. He didn't go too high, he didn't go too low. He just kept his course, and De Silva pulls out the win. The man from Santos can celebrate a victory here in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know if you know about soca, but certainly the samba will be resonating here today with him. A fantastic ride. He lost the first ride, but then he came and he won the next 2. Look at it again. As he got it into gear, he was coming, he kept coming, but look at how quickly De Silva straightened up and just kept going. Just got up there to win it in a real tight finish indeed. But what a fantastic way to bring the curtains down on 3 exciting nights of racing. But the sprinters, no doubt, closing off their proceedings. Now we're getting ready for the Madison. I don't know if you've ever seen the Madison, but the Madison elite women and elite men. The Madison, you kind of sling your partner in. It could be a little bit confusing at times, but it's also very exciting for the spectators. But they're going to need the guidance of the house announcer to help them figure out who is where in the race, or which team is where in the race. So it's a little bit confusing sometimes to see who is doing what, but I see the riders are just sort of standing by. The two-man teams are just sort of standing by to get ready for their Madison event. It's not an event that we see too often in Trinidad and Tobago, but it's a UCI sanctioned event. And since this is part of the, how should I say, menu of races that you will get at a UCI event, we have it here in Trinidad and Tobago as well. But the Madison is not a race that we often ride here. We've done it before, so they're not total novices to it, but it's not something that we practice on a daily basis here in Trinidad and Tobago. And so it would be interesting to see which teams that Trinidad and Tobago would put out there. In fact, Trinidad could put out maybe could put out more than one team because we have so many riders out there. So,
Stoli, Barbados in second place. Edwin Sutherland of Team Stoli, Barbados. And in first place from Trinidad and Tobago, Akil Campbell.
So here they go. These are the winners of the Omnium event. Akil Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago. And there is Jamal Eastman, I'm sure Jamal Eastman, if he could get a Trini passport, he would probably take it because he is quite often in Trinidad and Tobago. He looks so relaxed and so at home here. And of course, Sunderland to the left of your screen. So they're just changing the shoe. You have to look the part, so to speak. Especially since you're going to be receiving from one of the officials. So there is the third place check being presented to there to Jamal Eastman out of Barbados and Team Stoli. In second place, Sunderland, also of Team Stoli and Barbados. They actually roped in a Trinidad and Tobago rider to assist them during the ride here, the weekend. And there is your winner, Akil Campbell, and easily the most outstanding rider of these championships. And he's really done exceptionally well. And there he is calling all his buddies. So there they are, the elite Omnium, the UCI Omnium event. So apart from winning these prizes, they also picked up some crucial points along the way. So Akil Campbell right in the mix. And so it's very interesting indeed. And we have the women coming now to receive their awards.
Phoebe Sandy in second place. Tashana Dalga in first place. Dahlia Palmer.
So again, these are the outstanding riders. Suriname certainly being well represented here, and there is your winner, Team DPS.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dahlia Palmer.
The more you look at Dahlia Palmer, she is short and stockily built, you know, so her center of gravity is very small. So her legs churn over really quickly. And I mean, football people might want to know what Ruskin is talking about. But it's similar to, say, somebody like Diego Maradona or even a Lionel Messi. When they fall down. They don't have far to go. They just put their hands in the ground and bounce right back up. You know, because that center of gravity is so small, you know, they're able to move and maneuver in tight spaces. Well, but again, these are your winners, the top four in the sprints. Delia Palmer at the top of the rostrum, and TNT's Phoebe Sandy in third place. So now this is the Madison lineup. Lulu's 5 team: Abec Rio Claro, Club Maringanese de Ciclissimo de Maringa, Miami Blazers from Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago 2. And so we have 5 teams out there for the Madison. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how these riders adapt to the Madison, because like I say, it's not an event that we have very often here in Trinidad and Tobago, and the Madisons are a little bit unusual. Mostly European countries and even in Japan it is very popular, but it's not that popular here in the Caribbean. But I'm sure they'll give it their best shot. And it's also part of the whole intrigue is the technique of slinging your partner in to the race. So you kind of give him a little boost and send him on his way, him or her, that is. And also you have to figure out when to do it, because you have to kind of time it properly to maximize the use of it. So we'll see how these teams work this out. 80 laps. I suppose you could sling your partner in every 3 or 4 laps.
We have more prizes.
So it's really something that I'm sure the fans will be anxious to see exactly how these teams maneuver and how they're able to adjust.
Ticket number 3330923. You are a winner.
So we may very well have one member of the team up against the wall, and the other member on the other side. So we have 4 riders up at this side. A 5th one is joining. So we'll have 5 riders on this end as well. So I'm not absolutely certain how they're doing it, but so while that one team will come around, this team here will wait, and then they will get a chance to sling their teammates in as they go past them, and then they'll come around, and then they will start the race in earnest. So there is the whistle to start proceedings. So they still haven't upped it to do, but now the teams are moving. So here we go. The second batch of riders are starting to move around.
Right.
So the Lulu 5 team So their rider goes down, two of them went down. Actually, three riders went down, so that's like more than half of the of the teams losing a rider there. So look at how the rider is just trying to adjust the bike. The handle is badly out of shape, but nothing like a good old-fashioned twist, and to make sure that it's workable. And now they exchange. They don't always have to sling them in, but they just have to touch them, and they could take over from there. So the leader of the race is the team in white. As you look at the race commissaire, he will indicate which team is in front. And every time they go around, I'm not sure if you'll see it here, but again, you can see him standing up in the middle there, and he's pointing, there he is, pointing that that is the team that is leading. And there she goes, sling her teammates in. And here she goes now. So she will ride for a couple laps, trying to maintain that lead. And Hovden, 72 laps to go. The Miami Blazers in the cream tops, trying to stay in contention. And the Trinidad and Tobago team just go, there's the bell, and there they go. So they're going to do an exchange again, and sling her teammate in, and off to the races she goes. So the riders that went down are back up and racing again. So again, the real daredevil attitude and the mentality of these riders. So they're really churning it on right now. Coming for another exchange. Here they go. And a similar exchange. So 1-2. So they're back together. Tumzulu right there in the mix. And while those two might be racing, the teammates are resting. So most times they go high up on the bank to stay out of harm's way, and they just rest, and until their teammates are into position, and then they'll do it all over again. There's the Trinidad team. So it looks like they're coming for another exchange quickly. So you always have to be in position for the swing. And there they came too close and couldn't effect that change. So another rider goes down. And that is part of the problems with the Madison. And she's not happy at all. Elijah Green is trying to get the bike out of harm's way because the other riders are still firing away. Elijah is probably trying to get her to safety. Don't be surprised if while she looks down and out here now, she might very well get back up and start to ride again. It's that mentality that these riders have. She may feel as if she's letting a teammate down and may still want to continue. The question is does it make sense for her to try to continue at this point in time? But I wouldn't be surprised if she gets back on the bike and goes again. It's once nothing is broken, most times they want to go. So it's certainly a real gutsy effort here for her. So there they go right now. Lulu's team, the team in white, they are the leaders. So they get a bell. It's going to be another sprint lap. And here they come. Team Lulu's dominating right now. The Miami Blazers are back together again. And what a gutsy effort here. Whether they win or not, I think the fans would have appreciated that despite that mishap, they got too close. I think that's what happened with the exchange. And instead of connecting, they collided with each other. Let's see if they can make the exchange a little bit better when she comes back around this time. Here they go again. They're very close to the other rider in front of them. So now they make the exchange, and they're going to sling her in, and that is so much better. Here they go now. And I suppose they learned from the mistake the last time around. And they 58 laps to go, so they're not even at the halfway stage as yet. But Team Lulu's nicely poised. I think they're coming for another exchange. Are they going to do it in this lap or are they going to wait? Now it looks like they're going to do it this time around as well. And it's almost like a baton exchange in a relay. And here she goes. They look very, very smooth with their exchanges or with their transitions. And as a result, they are well in front at the moment. Team Lulu's. Another exchange. So they really got this down, working very well indeed, and they're spelling each other. No one is working too hard for too long, and so they are just really very well organized. Here they come again. Blazers back on business. So Team Lulu's team. Avec Rio Claro, 10 points. So the Team Lulu's look like the team out front there.
We have your prizes waiting. If you don't claim your prize, I will.
So another quick exchange. So they're going to get Bell. So is Avec Rio Claro out front, Miami Blazers. So with 49 laps to go, the pace hasn't slowed by much. Let's look at the exchange again. And the techniques, there are several techniques that will take place when that exchange is happening, because one, you have to be a good enough distance away from your opponent to allow the sling. The person who is being propelled forward also has to be strong enough to hold the handle with hold the handlebar with one hand, and when you get that burst of energy to jolt you forward, you also have to be able to control the bicycle and get your hands back on the handlebars as quickly as possible. So anything can happen with every exchange. There's a possibility of a mishap. So Abec Rio Claro on 15 points, Miami Blazers on 8.
I'd like to thank Ms. Wilson of Pride for assistance with these prize distributions.
So there's another quick change. So Blazers are the ones trying to hold their own here. So this is just the women's event. The men's event is coming up in a short. So there's still a lot to battle out here. And there are 42 more laps to negotiate here, swinging each other around the track. Avec Rio Claro on the move again. So team number 2. They got Bell once more. Here she is putting that hand there for the exchange. And they're off and racing again. But not to be outdone, Blazers are still keeping close tabs. So 5 points going there to the Miami Blazers in the cream tops. Remember, they fell, one of the riders fell earlier after both of them collided with each other. But so there is Blazers with 5, 3 to Rio Claro, 2 and 1. Lulu's team picking up 1.
More door prizes up for grabs. Ticket number 3330944. 3330944.
So here we are now. The points changing nicely, 18 to 13.
Number 3330622. 3330622. You are also.
So 38 laps to go. So we're in the bottom half now. So Blazers are just knocking on the door there. Avec Rio Claro must recognize that they're under some pressure here now. And it looked like Blazers, they look to be the stronger of the two teams at the moment. But Avec Rio Claro, their exchanges are almost perfect every time. Club Maringanse also holding its own. And of course Lulu's team, actually like she missed a teammate. I think they gave away the bicycle and I didn't get a chance at it.
Congratulations, the bike is sponsored by Bike In.
So the Bike In donating a bicycle to one lucky winner here, one last night and one tonight. So 2 lovely bikes given away as door prizes. So Club Maringuese, Lulu's team also in the mix. So here they go again. Team Rio Claro not giving up so easily. They're going to make another exchange. So it's a sprinting time. And can Blazers catch up? Miami Blazers coming hard, trying hard, really gunning there. 5 points on offer, and they will get it. That might change the standings significantly now. I'll wait to see when it's updated, but Miami Blazers, despite that fall, they have really come back very well. So now they're just 3 points adrift, 5, 3, 2, and 1. The Lulu's team. Minus 13 to minus 32. So Club Moringa trying to stay alive. So Avec Rio Claro getting to make another exchange. And again, when they exchange, it means that they have somebody with fresh legs coming there. But boy, the Blazers are riding them hard. And they're coming around for another exchange. And look at how quickly they execute that. Another fine and clean exchange. So despite their mishap earlier, they've really corrected that error. And they look like they're poised to pounce Lulu's 5 team. Avec Rio Claro now trying to make their exchange in the white. So 25 laps to go. Now, we are looking at this race with 4 teams. There was a 5th team. But picture a bunch of, say, 20 teams with 40 riders on the track. That is mayhem. We might have to do heats for that. So Miami Blazers with that change, the team in the sort of cream top. Whoa. She went right through the middle. So Blazers take over the lead now. Lulu's in second, and in third, of course, is Rio Claro. Rio Claro again coming hard, trying to get those points. So Avec Rio Claro from Blazers, 5 and 3. But Blazers are certainly not giving up. Now they have to try to set up the finish now. This is where it becomes interesting. Again, how many exchanges do you need the rest of the way? So again, Avec Rio Claro winning the 5 points there, but Miami Blazers right there with them. So the gap has widened with those 5 points. So they go on to 26 now. Blazers on 21. Club Moringa on minus 11. So Avec Rio Claro again with another exchange. So they're not trying to wear each other down too much. by having them sprinting too many laps consecutively. And as a result, they're making these exchanges quite frequently now. There's another fine exchange. Now they have another opportunity here to just steady the course a little bit. So they're just eyeballing each other. So Team Lulu's right there in the mix now. 13 laps to go, not going anywhere. They might be in the red, as they say, but they're still fighting. But Avac Rio Claro with a jump here. That is tough because Rio Claro is gone. And they're going to make the exchange so that they could add to that lead as well. And that's precisely what they're trying to do here. Build on that lead by sharing the workload, but that jump caught everybody by surprise, so they're going to sprint for the 5 points. And Avac Rio Claro looking to pick up another 5 points to continue their lead, to hold on to their lead. Does she keep going? Does she make another change right away and keep the tempo high? Yes, she does, but so too does Miami Blazers. They are right back in contention. Moringa also making their change. So 9 laps to go at the moment, and 31 to 24 between Rio Claro and the Miami Blazers, and Moringa -9. So again, now they're trying to see how they could set up the final stages of this race. 8 laps to go. Chance for another transition. So they're looking for another quick change here, but they're making that change in traffic. That's always the challenge when there are so many riders. And like I say here, it's only like 5 teams we had on the track. Think of when it's a full house and you have to find your partner. Then when you sling them in, you have to make sure they don't run up on the back of another rider from another team, or even one of the officials who might be out there helping out. It's really a bit of a scare too in some instances. So now they're 5 laps to go, so they're basically saving legs now for that big push at the end. Double points on offer. And you can see the race commissaire just pointing out that the opportunity is there. Riders must avail themselves. So the Blazers will make one final exchange, it looks like, with 3 laps to go. Or will they come back and make another change? But I want to believe that's it. They're just going to go the distance and see if they can't win it from there. Blazers eyeballing Rio Claro. In fact, they're making another change, so they've done it nicely with 1 lap to go. It's going to be interesting, you know. They're coming for Bell, and they're your leaders. Rio Claro in the white in front. But Blazers, Miami Blazers, trying to see if they can't get up there as well. But she's really pushing now, under some pressure. Here they come. Rio Claro, can they hold on? Rio Claro just getting there. And that will be double points. What a ride. Right to the end, after 80 laps, they still had energy to sprint at the death. So Team Rio Claro, out of Brazil, getting the job done. So ABEC Rio Claro with 41 points. Blazers with 28 and -3 to Moringa. So the Madison champions are in fact ABEC Rio Claro. So congratulations to them. Here she is as they tried to close her in. They were closing fast, but not fast enough. Just at the line, she was able to get up just in time. The legs might be short, but boy, she's certainly turning them over and getting the bike over the line just ahead of the opponents. So we have one final race here this evening, the men's Madison event. When they put up the number of laps, I might very well get a headache when they put up the number of laps. I anticipate it will be somewhere in the region of 100 or 120. God, last night I think we did a points race with 100 laps. That went by fairly quickly. But it didn't have all this rigmarole on the track, as they say. So, and all those bodies in between, you had to maneuver around them.
The prize for the most outstanding Elite 2 cyclist, Mr. Winston Gypsy Peters, presenting to Justin Williams.
So the most elite category 3 rider. So Winston Gypsy Peters, the chairman of the NCC, is on hand to assist. He's been following the cycling since at Skinner Park. And of course, Delia Palmer is the photographer.
In 4th place, Raul Garcia.
So it's almost as if she's tired of having her picture taken, so she's taking other people's pictures for them now. But it just tells you how much of a family atmosphere these riders generate. So these are the riders for the sprint event, the juniors. And there's the big fella James, who picked up that bronze medal with the ride, the third ride, winning the third leg ahead of Garcia. And second place, of course, always going over there for that gold medal ride, Mohammed.
Your junior men's sprint champion for the Eastern
Sidel Samaru is the man at the top of the podium there. The others joining him up there. But they're all wearing the Trinidad and Tobago colors, red, white, and black. And they'll be hoping that in a couple months' time, in August, that they'll be just as prolific at the Junior Commonwealth Games to be hosted right here in Trinidad and Tobago. So we're getting ready now for the men's sprint awards ceremony. And there is Devante from Arima Wheelers. So Devante Lawrence, again the son of Kwame Lawrence.
Assisting with the prize distribution, Mr. Winston Gypsy Peters, the chairman of the National Carnival Commission.
And there's a big man, Cipriano. Just didn't have it in that final ride. He tried hard, but he couldn't come up on time there. So the silver winning it by 2 rides to 1, and Devante didn't have to ride his heat. His opponent was disqualified, I think, so he automatically gets the bronze medal. So those are winners for the elite men's sprint events, or the mat sprint as we call it. So it should be very interesting to see how these teams handle the Madison. We see a Jamaican team is out there.
Your most outstanding international male of Easter Grand Prix 2023.
The silver wins the João de Silva wins the most outstanding international rider.
Once again presenting the silver with his trophy, the chairman of the National Carnival Commission, Mr. Winston Gypsy Peters.
So Gypsy is presenting the trophy to the silver. So congratulations to the young man. Certainly put on a show here, and I get the feeling it won't be the last we've seen of him in Trinidad and Tobago, because when you have success in a place, you always want to come back and see if you could repeat of that. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's back for more very, very soon. In fact, he might be here at the end of the month. You never know, because he probably likes the track, likes the atmosphere, likes the competition, and all of that factors into a decision where you want to go at the end of it all. And we see the riders coming back inside. I'm not quite sure why, but the riders were out on the track, but it looked like there were only 3 teams going out. So I don't know if they have actually called the event, if only because it's a lack of teams. And so that might be a decision taken there. The women, we had 5 teams originally, and then it was whittled down to 4. I think one of the Trinidad and Tobago teams bowed out midway through. And but now it seems as if the men's event is in some doubt, or it's been delayed, at least momentarily. It might be too because of a lack of teams, because I'm not seeing the numbers of riders getting ready with their bikes to go up on the track. Because I think the riders themselves look a little bewildered, because they're not. They're obviously not seeing the numbers, and rather than just have 2 or 3 teams, I think they needed at least 4. But again, the Madison is not an event that we see quite often here in Trinidad and Tobago. But the thing about it is that when there are UCI points involved in this event, so I think somebody like Akil Campbell would want to ride because he has a chance of getting medals. So that might very well be why he is so animated at the moment, because he knew that he could probably pocket some points here and that would boost his chances going forward, or increase his tally of points going towards possible Olympic or World Championship qualification. But it doesn't look like it's very promising right now. Still, we only see the Jamaica team there. We see one Trinidad and Tobago team over there, and not much movement anywhere else to indicate that they might be pushing for the race to go on regardless. But I'm sure the UCI officials will have to try to iron it out as quickly as possible. I'm sure Team Stolly might have also wanted to challenge for some more UCI points there. So we wait to see what it is. I look at Eastman is asking if the race is off. Sutherland also doesn't seem too thrilled, but I know Akil Campbell is not a happy camper, because he probably thinking he's losing the chance at some points here, and with the form that he's in, he could easily have won this event and pick up maximum points there also. So it's a little bit disappointing for him and for the fans as well, because I'm sure they wanted to see him on the track one more time. But we haven't had like an official word just yet, but based on observations, it doesn't look like the riders are going to head back out for a competitive event. So it looks very unlikely that we will have the men's Madison, which is surprising, because I really felt that with as big a team that Trinidad and Tobago has, they could easily have produced 3 or 4 teams, because I think they had 16 riders as well, women included, but our women's team is only about 4 riders, so it's about 12 male members of the team. And again, Akil Campbell, I'm sure, would have been thinking points and an opportunity to add to his points tally. But it's not happening. It doesn't seem so, because he too has gone back into the enclosure that houses the Trinidad and Tobago riders. And so that might very well be it, folks, as the curtain falls on another Easter Grand Prix, and the first major one since the lifting of the COVID restrictions. So I'm sure the spectators would have been happy to be able to come out and witness the riders perform. First 2 nights at Skinner Park, and here tonight at the National Cycling Centre in Balmain in Couva in central Trinidad. So that is the situation, folks. We could see some of the officials themselves are really packing up. So we haven't had an official announcement just yet, but it seems very, very unlikely that that race is going to take place, the men's Madison event. So I think this is where we are going to maybe have to shut it down, although we haven't had an official word from the technical people as to what exactly is happening, and I think everybody is inquiring about that. I think Sutherland wants to go on the track and ride around, because he knows that he's not going to get on a track like this once he heads back to Barbados. There is none on the island. And this is probably the only one of its kind in this part of the world. The next one similar to this, you might have to go to Canada to get that. I'm not sure if Mexico has a 250 track like this, or maybe you go to Colombia for one down there in South America. But with all the riders seemingly hanging up their straps, I think it's safe to say that this is really the end of the action here at the National Cycling Centre, as they're trying to hand out the prizes to the Madison winners. And they too are taking a little time to get back on their uniform, because most of them probably might have been stripping down to head out. But now they're hurriedly getting back into their suits to go to the podium to receive their prizes. The AVEC Rio Claro team, the winners of the Madison for women, no Madison for men. And so we're just waiting. That might be the final prize to be awarded. And of course, Akil Campbell, I feel for him, because I know exactly what he's thinking, that he really could have gotten some additional points here. But it's not to be. And the organizers look like they too are beginning to break down their systems, because there are no additional results coming forward from here. So it's just a sad end to a very, very well organized and a fantastic 3 nights of cycling. 2 nights at Skinner Park in San Fernando, spanking new track, an outdoor 333 track, and then 1 night here with the sprints, including the Omnium events at the National Cycling Centre, the indoor facility here as well. So a really fine outing, and so I think it's just the elite women are going to receive their prize.
In the elite women's marathon, in 4th place, Team Lulu, Asperato and Angulo. In 3rd place, Club
Team Lulu.
That's Anna Caseta and Amanda Kungu. In 2nd place, Miami Blazers, Alexi Ramirez and Maria Gafiola. And in 1st place, Ibeck Rio.
So Blazers was second.
Rodriguez and Alice Demeto. At this time, I'd like to invite the Managing Director of Agostini Insurance Brokers, Mr. Edison Raphael, to do the prize distribution.
So hugs and kisses all around as the riders really celebrate each other's success. So again, we have the distribution of prizes. This will be the final presentation.
Let's hear it for our elite
event
women,
presentation.
Madison, ladies and gentlemen.
Please, 3rd place going to the Moringa Club. 2nd place going to the Blazers. That's a combination of Trinidad and Mexico. Ramirez with the check in her hand, smart Trini. And of course, the winners in the white, avec Rio Claro.
But the officials who's working it out, we need, because this is a UCI Class 1 event, we need a certain amount of teams on the track for the men's marathon. The limit is 5 minimum. We only had 3, so we can't run the event. We do apologize. That's how the UCI, who governs us in cycling, that's how it is all over the world.
So there you heard it, folks, that which is what I suspected, that we didn't have the full complement of teams that were necessary for the staging of the Madison event for men, and as a result, the curtains will come down rather slightly anticlimactic, but I think the fans at least got an appreciation for how the Madison is run and some of the thrills and spills of an event like that. But for us here, this is where we're going to have to say goodbye as well. And we certainly want to thank you for being a part of our coverage here on 360 TV of the Easter International Grand Prix, blazing the track put on by the Trinidad and Tobago Cycling Federation. And of course, Arena Williams and her team, we want to thank them for allowing us to be a part of the action. And we look forward to doing more cycling in the not too distant future right here on 360 TV. I'm Raskin Mark, thanking you so much on behalf of the entire team, with Mr. Vikram Singh and all of the other, Mr. Vikram Das and the others. I keep calling him Vikram Singh every so often, and Chinfat and Borneo, the cameraman. Thanks so much for bringing us those images. And I always say my job is the easy part, and they do the difficult part of bringing you those images in a timely fashion, in a clean and precise fashion as well. And on behalf of the entire team, because we had different cameramen, different directors over the 3 days, and but they all played their part, and we want to thank all of them. And again, we want to thank you for being a part of it. But this is where we're going to have to say goodbye from the National Cycling Center, as the Easter International Grand Prix 2023 is in the books. And on that note, we say goodbye and be safe.